I'd like to call the September meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission to order. Paula, would you please call the roll?
Alan Brown. Jeffrey Parks.
Present.
Suzanne Broadbent.
Present.
Heather Clemmer.
Present.
Neela Crank-Clements.
Present.
Greg Eddington.
Present.
George Massey.
Present.
Mary Jo Meacham.
Present.
And Ann Zachris.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. You will find the meeting process described in detail on the back of the first page of your agenda. I would encourage you to please read it for more information. I would ask that everyone please silence your cell phones while you're in this room. And the process, as I mentioned, is outlined there. And based on the results of this commission meeting, appeals may be made to the Board of Adjustments as a result of decisions that are made here today. With that, we're going to dive into it. We've got a long agenda, and we're going to get going. Anything from the Office of the Historic Preservation Officer this month?
Our regularly scheduled workshop is scheduled for September 13th. Katie is scheduled to be back on the 25th, so unless there's anything that the Commission deems pressing for a workshop at this time, I thought that you might want to continue that until after her return.
Does anyone have anything that urgently pressing for the 13th, or we can push off until after Katie is back, if that sounds fine? Okay?
Okay.
Great. We will not meet on the 13th for a workshop. All right, anything else? Angela.
Sir,
sorry. Great, thank you. All right, acceptance of minutes from the previous meeting, August 2nd, 2017. Were there any comments or corrections from those minutes? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept them.
Move approval of the minutes. Second.
A motion for approval from Suzanne Broadbent, second from Ann Zachris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, minutes are approved. Code enforcement reports. Is there a member from Code enforcement present today? All right. Any comments or questions? I would encourage you to contact Angela with those questions. Or you can contact Katie. She might not respond to you, but get in touch with Angela. All right, continuance, announcements, and requests. We had none when the agenda was published. I believe we have one new request. And I understand that to be item number 17-00090, a request to continue that item to the October 4th meeting. Were there any other new ones, Angela, or just the one?
Just the one, thank you.
I would entertain a motion to continue that item to October 4th.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion to continue to October 4th, item 17-00090 from Ann Zachris, second from Neela Crank-Clements. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That item is continued. All right, public hearings. No items on our dilapidated structures this month. No items for National Register nomination. We have 3 items on today's consent docket. Are there any commissioners that would like to pull any of those 3 items, or anyone from the audience that would like to pull one of those 3 items for discussion in detail? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the 3 items on the consent docket.
So moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion from Neela Crank-Clements to approve the consent docket, second from Suzanne Broadbent. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so that means if you are here and anxiously awaiting to hear one of the 3 items on the consent docket, those have all been approved as described in the staff report. And you're free to go. We will move on to item D, cases for individual consideration. Angela, would you introduce the first item, please?
HPCA-17-00042 at 827 Northwest 17th Street. That's in Mesta Park. Consideration and possible action for Ginger Casper and Mark Maxted for the removal of the front portico. closure of a front door at that portico with salvaged brick, installation of windows at that door location, relocation of the columns from the portico to the front porch, replacement of 5 windows on the dwelling, 4 of which are non-historic aluminum windows and 1 of which is not an actual window, repair and replacement of the roof beyond the portico at the southwest corner. And the applicants are present.
Sorry, what did you say?
The applicants are present.
Are present. Okay, very good. Right. And staff had recommended approval of item 10, replace windows. Staff had also recommended approval with condition for item 9, installing the front porch columns, and recommended continuance on the remaining items. Okay.
None of the conditions have been discussed with the property owner.
Okay, very good.
I'm sorry, they have or they have not?
Have not.
Is the owner here?
Yes.
Yes, is the owner, if the owner is present, would you please come forward and discuss? Yes, please.
Okay.
And please be sure you sign in on the pad. And then state your name and address.
My name's Ginger Casper. I'm the owner of 827 Northwest 17th Street.
Great. Thank you for coming today.
No problem.
It's a long list of items you're tackling on this house.
Well,
many.
you can see the lovely photograph of how the house looked when we got it.
Right. Further questions from the commission?
I have some questions. Primarily about just the removal of what we're calling, I'm not really sure, the porch and the columns. If you could maybe just go through all of that.
Sure.
I think it would be easier for us to understand what your intention is.
I'm going to try to track your packet. My packet has, it's difficult for me to tell you what page number it is, but this very small photograph here.
It's right at the bottom of the page. Do you see it?
It says meeting attachments, page 7 of 51.
51.
Okay.
7.
And there, it looks like what we're going to call the portico is highlighted. And essentially, this is an entryway into a stairwell. And prior to my purchasing the home, it had been a multi-family occupancy. And I believe they used this as an access point so that they could access various levels of the house. It is encased in siding still, and it has this sort of tar paper roof, and it leaks a bit, and we're struggling with exactly what to do with this, as you can see, to incorporate it back into the way the home should look, or make it the focal point of the home back onto the front porch and the front door.
Is any part of that, do you feel like any part of that is original material?
Possibly the columns themselves. I think those were actually on the front porch in the areas that we've located, and were just removed and put over there. The front porch itself was enclosed, as well as the second-story porch. And this really was the only entryway to the home until the true front doors and the front porch of the home were re-exposed before I purchased it.
So your proposal is to remove those columns and remove that kind of outdoor covered porch component, and the steps and that actual porch itself would go away also, is that right?
Yes, that is our thought. If you go to page 15 of 51, and this is a fairly rudimentary rendering. But the idea is that we would put windows in there after taking off those steps and that, the columns and the door, and try to make that somewhat similar to the other side of the home, which has 3 windows that are on the street. And there they are there. So that it would have some form of balance. We will be dealing with a window that is on the second story that is original, and so we want to make those, whatever we do below it, look right with that original window. And then we want to replace those aluminum windows over there so that all the windows appear the same from the street. There's also a window sort of around that round area that we're going to replace as well, because you can see it from the other side. You can't see it from this particular view.
And so you already have been approved to remove the upper,
That is gone.
Yeah, it's already-
That is actually already gone, and
do we not have a current photograph?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a photograph of that
Not
removed?
current, no.
it now looks like it's rendered on 15 of 51, as far as that second story porch has also been opened back up. I'll try to.
Okay.
Where was the door to get into that second floor addition,
Right
to get out on that covered porch part?
The door, there were 3 doors kind of across the front there, spaced out, and that's where they are now.
So that we have 3 windows instead of 3 doors?
Yeah, we have what looks like, we have 3 doors across there now that are sort of spaced out along the porch line. I'm sorry that there's not a photograph to show you that.
So it would be kind of a balcony that you could walk out onto?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a second-story balcony porch.
Right.
At this point, and
that was already approved and done. And
Right.
that was approved and
Don't have
done,
it.
yes. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that we don't have a photograph. It looks significantly better.
So you're proposing to take the all 4 columns, the existing all 4 columns, and move them to the A, B, C, and D areas that you have noted on the front?
Yes.
And the one picture, do you have evidence, I saw the one picture, which I can see where you think that should have been there. Is there evidence on all 4?
As far as we can tell,
As far as
on
you can tell.
those are
They
all.
match, they're the same height and everything. so-
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I understand that part. I would say that I understand where you're going with this, but I don't know that I could fully understand it without some detailed drawings of just that one area of before and after of the thing that you're wanting to remove and put the windows. I think for me, I would need a detailed drawing of that with all of the size of the columns and the trim and everything, and then a new drawing that showed exactly the kind of windows and the size and the scale, with dimensions of every single thing. I'm looking at your drawing now, but it's not, for me, I don't think for such a significant removal and restoration or something, which I think that to me is also unclear exactly where you're going to finish, is that we would just need more of what I would call, unfortunately, more of an architectural drawing that details the exact trim and has more specific measurements so that we would know exactly what is going to be done there. That's because now that you explain it, it makes it a lot clearer. I understand the removal and how that you've discovered the historic, where those, it sounds like historic columns came from. I can see going back there, but to me the challenge is going to be the final design of that portico, we'll call it that.
I think if you turn to page 39 of 51, You can see in this photograph some of that porch that's been exposed. It hasn't been painted yet. The wood's weathering in, and then we'll paint.
Right.
And that we have detailed that we want to remove this top parapet point
Right.
and try to line this, bring it into the same line.
Right.
And there's some shadowing there where we'd like
Right.
to put the windows.
Right.
And the next page shows the detail on the windows that are on the other side of the house, which we would mirror
Right.
for the windows that we'd put in over there.
I understand that. I don't feel like that, when we say drawings are required for construction, that we would need drawings, architectural drawings of that. Because not only do you have like the placement of the windows, but how are we going to deal with the brick behind the steps, which it would be going, and then what exactly are you doing to the top pediment? And then in there, you've also asked to change the pitch of the roof. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you turn to
Slope of the roof.
44, there's a picture of kind of what the roof is like over there.
Right.
And we need to get that off. It's
Right.
actually pulling away from the structure of the home.
I think, for me, I understand you're going in the right direction. I just don't think that it would be, that we have not, that the drawing requirement for construction has not been fulfilled for us to, not that we don't know where you're going, but we have to have it so specific that when the building inspector comes out, that he has an actual drawing with dimensions and materials and the exact way the roof is going to be built, so that he can stand there and say, yes, they did it this way. So right now, it would not be possible to send a building inspector out there to compare your application to the final result. Do you see what I mean?
Not really, no. We've consulted with many builders, and
Right.
no one has a clue what to do here, which is why the home has sat in the condition it
Right.
was in for many years. And we're doing the best we can to communicate
I think
before.
that you're doing, I'm not trying to be critical there, I'm just saying that for the commission to give you a permission to go forward, we need to know exactly what is going to be built, so that when it is built, that when somebody comes out at the end and says, did they fulfill their certificate or their application, that we can all agree, yes, it was exactly this height, the windows were this wide, they were, the foundation is going to look like this. We can't use photographs to give approval for construction. Sure. Thank you.
My name's Mark Maxted, and I live at the house as well. The diagrams and the measurements that we've taken, basically what we're doing is making a carbon copy of the trim of the windows that are existing and making a carbon copy of that on the other side where the door is.
Right.
And replacing. So in terms of, there's no more footing, the roof line that we're proposing is exactly the same as the roof line above it, so that
Right.
those two elements would be identical.
Right.
So all we're doing is saying we're copying exactly what is there
Right.
and giving a mirror image of the same thing. So I'm trying to figure out how I need to go get an architectural drawing.
Of that. It would be a drawing that that you would actually, let's say that you were asking a builder to give you an estimate, you would need a detailed drawing to give to that person so they could go to the store and buy the materials.
And they've come out and they've measured the
Right,
windows
but-
and they've measured everything that's existing and said,
Right.
I can copy that.
Right.
and put it
I
right there.
understand that, but we can't give approval without drawings. That's,
Okay, so
unless somebody else has.
All we've done so far is measure every detail of the window,
Right.
both the trim, the reveal, its relationship to the roof above it in terms of how many
But we
levels
have to
there
have
are.
that on a drawing that somebody can.
Well, we have it on here. I've got every measurement that we've taken
Right.
that got
It
us
has to be on
here.
just a drawing. I mean, for us to I understand what you're doing, but I don't know, I'll let
I
somebody
don't
else
know.
comment.
It's been like, not belaboring the process, but we've taken detailed drawings with,
I appreciate
four
that. I'm just saying,
different
I don't
people
have
to get a
anything that
bid.
we can't say, I don't see that we have something that we can say in a year, this is exactly what they said. We can't go through the application and say, this is the window that was going to be copied, and this is we have to have, like in the guidelines it says, measured drawings must be submitted when that's just a detail of a window. We mean a measured drawing of the construction. That's why I was interested in listening to you all, because I understand what you're doing, but you could see I couldn't understand until we talked, and we have to have something on paper. I do. I don't know.
Mark, would you mind allowing, there were 3 apartments in this particular dwelling?
The reason we're doing what we're doing is
If you could come back to the microphone, sorry.
We record the meeting, so we got to have you in.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Basically, what we have on the left-hand side is an entryway and a doorway to nowhere. It used to, you'd walk in there and there's an entryway and it goes down to a basement apartment. It goes up the side of the building to an upstairs apartment, which obviously the whole house now is one unit. So it's actually a non-existent use of the space. So the doorway is, and it's not a historical doorway, it's a hollow door. So the other issue we've got is we've got a space there that is not only leaking from above. I mean, they put, to give you an idea of what's been done, if you look at the detail of the parapet that you can see there, there's linoleum floor draped over there like carpet in one of 9 layers. There's 26 inches of roof there that is actually pulling that parapet off the front of the building. So in terms of its historical nature, what people have done to it over the last 40 or 50 years is slap stuff together with plywood, linoleum, tar paper, wood, cork. I mean, it's been held together with glue and tape. So the door goes nowhere. The columns have obviously been robbed from the 4 places at the beginning, because you can see from the historical drawings, there used to be a porch that went all the way across the front of there. And I'm assuming there were actually more than the 4 columns that we can even see. I think there were some, obviously, to the left that don't exist now. But those column spaces and the pictures that are in here are actually from those 4 spaces. They're not just one column. So the ones you can see where there's holes in the concrete and drill marks in the base, they're all 6.5 inches at the top. They're 66 inches tall. They're 8.5 inches at the bottom. Those columns match the 4 locations that they came from. So I'm assuming that those have been robbed from those locations to put here as a way to dress up the kind of chunk that they put on the front. So what we've tried to do is the existing structure where those windows are, they're aluminum windows, again, that have big gaps and stuff in them. So the thought was that we have an approved window that was aluminum-clad window with the same dimensions and the trim copied from this side, and balance that where we're taking out 1 door to balance that wall with 2 windows. We thought, and taking the measurements, we can't get 3 windows and put 3 windows on there because the size of those 2 locations on either side just do not match. So if you look at the space, taking those sized windows and copying them over here gives you 2 in that space. So the reveal, the edge, the trim work, all of the stuff that's on the right-hand side would be replicated on the left-hand side. And that's where we've had the builders come out to and say, look, right, I can't give you a drawing for any of this just because, I mean, the window, for example, above the portico isn't even a window. It's a piece of glass that's been nailed together with some pieces of wood trim and put in a hole. It looks from the street like it's a 1/1 window, but it's not.
So in a construction sense, was this a 2-family home before or a 3-family?
We're assuming because there were 3 apartments that it was a 3-family home.
And they're on each floor?
Yeah.
Each floor.
There was 2, well, there's the main floor and the second floor. Then there's an upstairs apartment in the attic, and then a downstairs apartment in the basement. So there's 4 levels.
But 3 units.
3 units.
So the basement was a unit. All I'm trying to get at is the portico was an original part of the home?
No, the original part of the home is the front side. I think the portico was added in the 50s or 60s.
Okay.
The apartment.
That's what I just wanted to make sure, because it seems like a pretty significant change to the house.
Right.
So.
I'm with him on that. We have to have drawings to approve. Because you're even saying right now, you're saying, well, the builders they don't really even know. They can't even make a drawing. There has to be a drawing. We have to know what you're going, that's why, what's the application is actually to get approval. And, I mean, I think we're in agreement that it's possible you're going in the right direction, but we have to be able to see a drawing of the existing and a drawing of the proposed so that we can compare and see if that is going to fit with the overall look, particularly in the case where you do not have proof of what it looked like before, where the guidelines speak to, if you take something off, generally we're approving something that we know was there before. If not, then we're in the position of approving something that we think is compatible or similar because of these unusual reasons, that there was something built, 50 or 60 years ago. So it's just impossible for us to for me, to make decisions like that without the drawings.
Okay.
That's where I would be.
So when you say the windows on the east that you're going to put in what we're calling the portico face of the building are going to be the same size of the windows that are in the bay window on the right?
Correct.
So the head height and the sill heights would be the same from one side
So that
to
would
the
mirror
other?
across in terms of the height from the ground and the height from the roof line.
Okay.
And are there other window heights around to the right of the, I'm not really sure what that is, the rounded part or the octagonal part? Are the windows to the right lower than those windows?
No, you can see to the side there, they're all the same height.
They're all the same height on the bottom all the way around? So those are the things I think that we would be saying, because they're all the same height, because of these things, we could make we could approve something. But without having that where we can see it on paper,
Okay.
we can't.
See, and
can't.
I guess I asked the question because on sheet 15 of 51 on that front elevation, the windows on the bay window side look quite a bit more rectangular.
That might be just my drawing of
Okay.
where it was. The base height of each one of those would be the same.
Okay. And they would match the existing, which are actually a little bit more square rather than quite so.
Yeah, that, and again,
Vertically
that's
rectangular.
my,
So that would be part of the information we would need on that, on the drawing would be.
I mean, what I tried to do was, if you look at 20 and 21 and 22, we're copying the brick structure and the reveal and the slope and the amount of the depth that each of those windows is set. So that's where we've taken all of our measurements from, is to say, okay, we want a complete carbon copy of this from a masonry standpoint. So, but I understand what you're looking for, so we'll have to do.
And then how so you're going to put a new low-sloped roof over that projection on the front west side. You're going to take down the brick.
Yeah, basically what exists right now is on 2 and a bit sides is about a 22-inch parapet.
Okay.
But from the house down, they've basically draped layer upon layer. And what it's doing is it's taking that whole front porch, and because I'm assuming at some point it wasn't integral to the building, because doesn't look like there's any beam work or anything that penetrates into the house. So everything right now is just peeling off the front of the house.
Right. So they just started
I put
stacking
pictures
bricks
in
up
there.
to the, yeah.
So there's bricks that you can literally go in and you can take them out if you wanted to. So
Don't do that yet.
our thought was we mirror the roof above, both in its pitch at 19 degrees and its width, which would be the same. So basically what we would do is come down below that window and put exactly the same roof in, and it'd be the finished roof.
And so you're proposing the same eave that would project off the front face as what's on the second floor above, and then when it turns the corner, The same?
It would run
condition?
into the porch, the bottom of the porch, yeah.
And then on the side street side, it would kind of mimic what's going on the floor?
Correct. And then there's enough brick in that front part of the portico to be able to fill in the space so that in terms of where the windows would go and where the door is, we looked at the square footage and we think that there's enough brickwork there because obviously trying to match the weathering and the color of the brick, there's enough brick on the front piece there to be able to replace the masons that we've talked to could take that brick and fill in the hole where the door would be.
Right. What about where the porch is now?
Sorry?
What about where the porch is now? When that porch comes off, do you know what you're going to have exposed on that?
The only thing we would be doing to the front lower part of the porch would be there's one column that's missing on the west side. There's a short column where the actual pillars go.
Oh, on the original
So we'd make a
porch.
small brick pedestal on the west side of the lower front porch, and that'd be just kind of replacing what is missing, really.
Okay. Yeah, what I was talking about is on the projected portico part, you take off the porch.
The front piece.
The front piece, you're also removing the steps that go up to that door that goes to nowhere and that little stoop or porch. Do you know is there?
There's brick all the way down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, underneath there's a crawl space inside, and
Yes.
when you go inside and crawl out, you can see the concrete steps. So it's just a sheer wall all the way down.
Hidden passage to the conservatory.
It'd be a good place to hide something if you're alive.
I would make a motion to continue to the next meeting or to the, what are the dates?
November 2nd, is that correct, Jeff?
November 1st, October 4th and November 1st.
We could continue to October 4th, but your additional information would be due next week,
Tuesday.
Tuesday, or till November 1st. So continue to November 1st? Oh, by Tuesday? Angela? Till Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You want to try for the October 4th meeting? Okay.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion from Mary Jo Meacham for continuance, second from Neela Crank Clements. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Commissioner Brown Chairman Brown is here. I will turn the helm.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Parks. Sorry I was late. I'm sure you did a great job. Yeah. Okay. Next item.
HPCA-17-0043. That is for the property at 3817 North McKinley. You've heard this twice previously. They have no continuances left available to them. So before you have two proposals. One for a brick structure and one for a structure similar to the one that you reviewed last time.
Okay. Must be the applicant.
Mark Nunn, 3817 North McKinley.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Nunn, would you just go over how the proposed option 1 is different from the option we looked at last time?
Absolutely. So last time, we discussed meeting with the preservation. We had a letter of concern, so I created a presentation for them, opened my house up to them so they come see where I live, and we can basically just talk face to face about it, and they were pretty on board with it. Just really the only concerns that came up were materials. So, make a long story short, I decided, well, okay, this is just an ongoing thing, that materials that keep coming up, so that's probably something that we're going to address. So what I did is I ended up creating 2 plans, one with the siding, which you guys have seen twice already, and I said, well, let's see what it looks like as a brick material house. And just to kind of stay consistent with the neighborhood, they liked it. A lot of them liked it. I even went through my neighbors, showed them, talked to them, let them know, and got a lot of positive feedback. So that basically the brick one is kind of what we're shooting for. The difference in it compared to the last one is there's not a whole lot of difference other than material. The garage is the same as what you saw on the siding. The windows are the same as what you saw on the siding, except for one. The only real big difference is that we're changing from siding to brick, and then we have cast stone accents, which match the design of the house.
Thank you for that.
I know it's
Been
a
a
lot.
few months.
I know it's a lot to go over.
Yeah.
Did you just say that you met with the neighbors and they preferred the brick?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on our last conversation, I just want to make aware of what's going on. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just have a few comments and then
Sure thing.
I'm done. I still, particularly with the brick, we look at a lot of garages and it seems like we have a couple of categories, but one that stands above all is and we are usually more particular, is like the unique architectural garage that was originally built to match the house. So I have feelings that I would prefer not to build more of those because they are unique and they are outstanding in the neighborhood. We treat them differently. So to me, they're like the more historic garage. They're the ones that, we try to save the most. We try to get people not to, whatever. So they're important, and so anyway, so you had a one-story clapboard garage, correct?
Correct.
So that would be why that particular material in this situation is my personal preference, because I feel like that it has materials that relate at least to the original garage as far as the two-story and all of that. And I think that it seems like that the way we've decided in the past that two-story seems to qualify in this situation. Although I think it's still at odds with the guideline that says if you know what the original garage looks like, and you had original garage, correct, that was torn down?
As far as I know, is
right. As far as you know. So that is a difficult situation because it does say that we would, if we know what it looks like. When we don't know or if it's structurally unsound, then the garage thing, you can see it's just not easy. So those are my thoughts. I think that the garage materials that are more modest are more appropriate in this situation.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I still struggle with 4.4.5, which says if we know what the garage looked like, and we do, we've got a picture in the application here, that the new garage shall approximate the original configuration, form, massing, style, placement, and detail. This was a one-story garage that was there, and I don't know how we get past that to consider a two-story garage. Now, I'm relatively new to the commission, so if there's an interpretation that the commission has been going on, I don't have any problem with that. I just want us to be consistent. And so that's my kind of issue with going to a two-story garage. I don't know.
I mean, I haven't been here as long as others also, but when you look at, I mean, we have had instances where people were rebuilding. If they come in and they just want a one-story garage, then we're very adamant about having them have that garage be very similar to that garage. Whereas if they would have been in a block where they could have qualified, kind of, is where we're at, do you qualify for a two-story garage based on other things? Then, you know, I don't know, what would we accept? We don't have that application. I haven't seen that, or I don't remember another one that was that similar where they had the, although we've had, I don't know, we've torn down garages and we knew that they were original, and if they, as a result of history, it seems like we have this qualifier on how you get a two-story garage if you didn't have one to begin with. It can be confusing.
And the qualifier being 4 point...
It says if you, well, where would that be?
4.12? Is that what you're...
Right, and in that instance, I think you're correct that when we're saying no photographic or other documentation, so we're at odds there because we look at the Sanborn maps and there is one-story garages that have perhaps been gone for quite some time, or a new garage, and then we're allowing a two-story garage.
But 4.4.12 then follows with or. Starts out when no photograph or other documents exist. Well, it does. But then it goes on, maybe 2 stories, when the original was 2 stories, or if located on a block. So it's either or, to me. I understand what we're saying, but
So that's
trying to
been
go by
our
the
quality.
words.
I mean, I guess I'm in agreement with Alan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been allowing us to say that,
Yeah.
but it still says, okay, or is located, so.
So it's the abutting property.
Well, so if I'm understanding, the commission's interpretation in the past has been to allow a 2-story garage if it's abutting a 2-story garage, even if the original was 1 story. That's where we're getting this interpretation.
Right.
What's
So we're actually growing 2-story garages.
I'm sorry,
The more
what?
we're growing them because the more we get, the more we can all.
Well, that is
chain
kind of-
reaction? Yeah.
Yeah, the domino theory. I was looking at my own block this morning, and
We talked about
2 stories down is a huge garage, an apartment, et cetera, that was original. And next to it is a 1-story, so if my next-door neighbor builds a 1-story, then eventually, you know, I get to build a 2-story, and then the neighbor on that side gets to build a 2-story. Maybe we don't care. You know, maybe that's really not an issue for us. I don't know.
I thought the idea was to allow the neighborhood to grow, but not at a quick pace where, oh, this person is just all of a sudden building 2-story garages, but you have to kind of wait a time period for it to grow.
It would take a while for
Well,
that to happen.
Then let's go back to the size. So does the size in this case, do we have an issue with the size?
Which one are we talking about? The brick?
But
The brick one? We're talking about the brick? Because they're different.
is one smaller?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the smaller is,
It's siding. The brick is larger.
and so, Angela? Is it the correct size? Does it follow the guidelines for size, or the 5%, or what are we using there?
I made notes.
So we have a total footprint of 604?
Yes.
For the siding,
For the
correct.
wood side.
678 for the brick. 680 is what I'm allowed, based on the guidelines.
sorry?
Based on the guidelines, 680 is what I'm allowed,
680.
correct? I made those changes because y'all were saying something about size last time. If you look at the brick one, it's really bare minimum. The space on the inside parking it's like 21 feet on the width, and then to make that little pop out, it's 4 foot of stairs to go up, but the height is really indicated by what the code is, where I can't go over 7 inches per step. So that's where I'm at. Trying to get as much as I can. Everything seems to be at its minimum, for this to happen, and it goes into the garage space. The stairs cut into the garage space, so I have to push it back a little bit. If you look at the square footage on the brick one, we're talking about 110 square foot for walls, 100 square foot around estimate for staircase, and 450 living space or studio space. So it's very big at all. It's just when you go from siding to brick, you really decrease your square footage since we're talking about footprint, so everything moves in.
I remember the abutting and adjoining. What is our other term? Predominance of 2 stories. Is that the word we used?
Predominant, yes.
On any particular block?
Yes.
We had a discussion about that on 21st Street on a 2-story garage. And we had some interesting definitions of predominance, as I recall.
Would have loved to be here for those.
It's a hard word.
Well, there's no issue with predominance here. There's only one 2-story garage on that block.
And it's
But it is abutting,
Right.
right.
which, brings up the 4.4.12.
Yeah.
If we allow that as controlling here.
Well, I think, looking at the first part of 4.4.12 is when no photographic or other documentation of a previous historic garage is available, then you can do this or this. But I struggle with the fact that we do have photographic documentation. We know what it looked like, we know how big it was. So I'm not sure that the abutting has any effect on this proposal because we have documentation that it was something.
I'm not a lawyer, but to me, the comma or says there's an either or there. So I agree about the first part. We do have information. To me, there's 2 things. One is 2-story, allowable or not, and the other one is the materials and the character. It could, in material and detail, be similar to the existing and still be 2 stories, which is, I guess, option. Which ones? Is there a 1 and 2?
Yes. Option 1 would be the siding.
What? Siding?
Option 1 is the siding one.
Siding?
Yes.
Okay. So anyhow, the 2 doors versus 1 door, have we talked about that? I don't remember this.
We did talk about that. You said if it was under 22 feet that I would be able to put a full-size door in there, 24 feet. I would have to do a split. I did provide some drawings for turn radiuses of cars to be able to clear condensing units and stuff like that study. However, I also want to kind of point out that throughout this whole time period, I've been really just kind of focused on designing this and getting this pushed through, approved, that it escaped my mind. And after I talked to Angela a little bit, that since we are building a new structure, that we have an existing structure right next to me that I'm going to have to be 10 foot clear. So what it's going to do is it's going to push my garage over about 8 feet. So it's going to be much harder to pull into that without a full car garage. And it takes away the visibility from the street a lot more.
So why is it pushed over again?
What's that?
You said something's pushed over 8 feet.
Yeah. Can I bring these up?
I'm just,
I'm
kind of confused by all the different options.
Yeah, so, typically it's like 5 feet off the property line, right? But we have an existing garage, and it's 10 foot away from structures, because if they were 5 feet away from their property line and I'm 5 feet away from my property line, we're fine. They're 2 feet away from their property line, and they have like a 1 foot, 8-inch overhang. So I have to get 10 feet away from their garage for clearance. Due code. And I called Oklahoma City.
Talk about fire rating.
Yes. So that was
Can't you
after
get
I...
closer if you fire right the wall? Right, just a layer of sheet rock, right? Oh, the openings too, right, yeah.
So that was after I submitted these, that I went ahead and made those, so just to kind of...
We had the same issue last month, where the proposed garage and the proposed addition had to be 10 feet
Well,
middle.
but if that's the fire code, then if you have a rated wall without openings, you can be closer. Are there openings on that side?
There are windows.
There are, okay. So your drawings will show 10 feet then? from the neighbor?
Yes, from overhang to overhang.
Or 8 feet from the property line?
Yes, so I think it's... I gave all them away.
Okay.
I think,
looks like one.
I think it's around 10 feet away from property line because I have a 1'6" overhang. So it pushes the footprint over all the way to where the curb would be. So basically, it's eliminating the sidewalk that is on the side.
Is that wall on the property line?
That is the neighbor's property line in the center, yes.
Center of the wall is about the property line.
Yeah.
So I was pushing the garage over, so you're requesting single door because of turning radius?
Yes, turn radius.
And so you'll be eliminating the sidewalk, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of vehicles parked back there.
It was just representation well, and even now, if it gets, that's before the push, so, now those really can't even go there. It's really just to be able to pull out and in.
Is that garage next door, is that 2 doors or 1 door? I can't,
It's 2 single doors,
2 single doors.
yes, with a wood column in the center.
I mean, I like this drawing of yours. I mean, it looks like 2-car garage, but it's a 1 door,
Yeah,
right?
Correct. That's what we're kind of going for. We want to give the look of the 2 doors, and say with wood, have that wood feel and everything on the outside,
And what is the width of the opening of the garage doors?
16 feet.
How many?
16.
That's
feet.
it, really?
Yes, that's it. I went bare minimum,
Wow.
because of size was a concern. So
Because a historic garage is not anywhere close to what a new construction 2-car garage. Do you know what that would be, Alan or Jeff?
Say again?
In a new construction home, what a garage would be, the opening?
They vary, but
20?
24 is usually.
Talking about the width of the door or the width of the garage itself?
Well, the door opening
Oh, a single door?
Double
for
door.
a single door or a double. The opening, that whole opening,
A double wide.
Double wide.
double wide.
They vary. But
yeah, they vary. 16 feet being the standard.
that seems pretty standard, too, 8-foot.
Yeah. Because I know in the home we had in Heritage Hills, that's not easy to get 2 cars into a 1-car opening. You put 2 openings, 2 doors, it's even more difficult. And then you're talking about the turnaround situation.
And I'm not the best driver, so trying to save my car.
We don't usually ask about that, but
I guess I don't understand the need for all that parking,
It's just what's there. It was previously there.
okay? Well, I mean, you're not going to have that.
Yeah, and usually our Christmases are at my house when my family comes, so it's kind of nice to be getting some people back there. But like I said, since code says I have to push it over, the parking's going to be null and void now.
Does the existing garage have 2 doors?
Yes.
Does? I don't see that much difference personally between maneuvering between the 2. But do you?
I think pushing the garage over that far, it's going to make it difficult to maneuver with 2 individual doors.
Well, I think there's plenty of space as long as you didn't park your BMW and your...
Right. Oh, yeah, sure. Right, yeah.
Sorry.
and you said the next door neighbor, that complete wall is on their property line.
Yes. You're talking about this garage right here?
The one on the east side. or whatever side that is.
On the north side, the brick one with the green doors?
Uh-huh.
Yes, they are very close. I mean, so close that like my fence line, it has a small little gate door. Now I can open it, take a step, and boom, I'm touching their garage.
Okay.
Very, very close.
These two drawings you passed out, the elevation shows 10 feet from eave to eave,
Yes,
and then the site plan shows 10 feet more or less from the property line
correct.
to a crosshatched square. Is that the wall line or is that the eave line?
That's what I have as a property. That's the wall line. That's the footprint.
Okay, so
So there's
10
an
so it's
overhang.
more or less 10 feet from the property line to the wall, or 10 feet from eave to eave. Is that correct?
It's from overhang to overhang.
That's an overhang to overhang?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just have to be very close numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, their overhang is fairly close to the property line.
Right.
It's like a foot off of their property line, and then when I push, since mine moves over 8 feet, if I go to the footprint, it shows 10 feet, but then that overhang,
Yep.
yeah.
I guess I'm kind of splitting the difference here and saying, well, because there's a two-story garage next door, might allow a two-story garage, but I think it ought to be more similar in materials and details to the existing garage. Because there's those two factors, to me.
I honestly feel the scope of the home, his home, plus the house next door with the abutting two-story garage, I don't really have a problem with a two-story garage for his home.
What about material, brick or siding?
Brick would be better to me.
Because,
The house is brick.
Majority of the houses,
I understand, but
Match.
the existing garage is siding.
Right. And I go back to, like I say, I feel like that the brick is more creating what we call kind of like our special garages that were originally designed to mimic the house. So since this didn't have one of those, it seems like it should be a more simple garage. It does speak to modest
That's what
design.
I'm kind of thinking.
Do we know how old the garage is next door?
I'm assuming it's original with the house since it keeps the same design as the house, so it would be around 1920.
Because the Sanborn map that we have for 1955 does not have the two garages aligned with each other. The next door neighbor's garage is at the back
Correct.
of the property line,
It still is.
and yours is further forward. It does show that it's a two-story, but I was just curious as to, that doesn't seem to reflect what you, kind of the alignment of the two garages that you had prior to taking this one down.
I'm not sure I understand, Heather. I'm sorry. I'm looking
That's
at...
okay. I'm on page, well, it's got two sets of numbers. It's either page 4 of 15 or 2 of 52. It's the Sanborn map from 1955.
Mm-hmm. I see.
And the two garages
Are not side by side,
are not side by side.
and they currently are not side by side.
And would not be side by side under this proposal, is that true?
Because of code of moving. Are we talking about moving it back or moving to the side?
So you're proposing to push the garage from its previous location back to the back of the property?
No.
Push it south.
Yeah, I'm pushing it south.
Right,
Correct.
to be away from the property line, but the front faces of those garages did not line up before.
Never lined
One
up.
set further back. And your proposal is they would be back in the same plane
No, the front face.
of your garage?
Yeah,
front face of your
only moves back 2 to 3 feet.
Okay, so there would still be
They are
offset
still
alignment
offset.
between the two?
Okay.
Yeah, there's also with those three that I handed out, there's a setback showing you the garages that are along that block where they sit.
So do any of these drawings show the neighbor's garage placement?
This one he said,
Yeah, the one with the setback shows
Which
for the
one?
block. It's the one that's very poor quality print.
Because it was this one.
Huh. So the neighbor's garage is
Is way back.
quite a bit further back.
Correct. Pretty close to the corner of their property line, which is interesting.
What is the furthest garage setback line?
So what I did is I drew a line from whatever's on our block, the one that's furthest back. And I'm kind of using that as I can't cross that point if I push it back. So
But yet your neighbor's garage is further back.
the neighbor's garage is further back.
Than
They're,
that line.
yeah, they
So
are.
that's just an arbitrary line you came up with.
Well, I drew it, yeah, I drew it off, based off the back of the face of her garage, because hers is the one furthest back, and it says take an average in y'all's guidelines. The one next door is like maybe 2 feet from her back.
Okay. Microphone.
Microphone.
Any other comments on options? I'll make a motion.
I personally like the double door. I think there's plenty of maneuvering space unless you park a lot more vehicles back there.
The what?
I think there's enough maneuvering space
For the
for two doors,
two doors?
unless you want to park more vehicles back there, but I don't think that's our consideration, but I don't know, I just think that's, the closest we can get to what's there right now, if we allow the 2 stories, to me, would help, but
Well, Mark, I personally like the brick one better. I think it is much more in keeping with the flow of the neighborhood in Putnam Heights. The garages in Putnam Heights tend to be pretty high style. I do understand the historic, or at least I'm learning, the historic differentiation. And I do have some concerns about it being a 2-story garage when a 1-story was there and being somewhat imposing. However, I want to be consistent. I want the commission to be consistent, and I'm hearing that the interpretation has been that a 2-story garage would be allowable in this case. So, I don't know quite yet how I'm going to vote, but I know you have worked hard to get neighborhood input, and I don't see anyone else from Putnam Heights here except Tori, who's here on another matter. I think you don't have anything to say about this one.
Fist bump. Fist bump.
what was that?
Fist bump. High five.
I didn't have for him, but I am saying.
Oh.
I did like the brick.
Yeah.
You're asking.
The neighborhood has participated quite a bit with Mark in this project, and I know that's not under the guidelines a controlling factor, but I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate all the neighbors and your efforts to, make sure everybody knew what was going to happen, because I did have a concern about a garage this big being erected, and then all of a sudden, we hear from all these neighbors about, this barn being built in your backyard, which is what we'd hear. So with that, I don't have any other comments.
Joe, were you going to?
Well, if somebody wants a brick garage, they better make a motion. Or I'm
I
going to
do.
make a motion for option 1.
Well, I will move for the brick garage then.
Okay.
And we'll see where that goes.
What?
Because I do like it better, and I think part of my concern about the clapboard garage, et cetera, is losing control over how it might look in the future. That really, I think that you're proposing a darker paint, et cetera, so that it won't be imposing. This is a large garage. And the next person, or even you, might decide that it would look good, some other color, brighter color, even white, which we don't control. And I do think that would not flow well. And I think it would negatively impact the neighborhood. And
I
so-
have to respond on the other
Sure.
side of that, in that white painted garages and white trim would be extremely historic. Would be my comment, so.
Even in...
So I'm saying,
that
even,
neighborhood?
I'm not saying I'm not going to vote or whatever, but I'm just saying that, in my opinion, that paint, I don't, to me, the paint still would not be, control of the paint color would still not be it, because white, I mean, I would say
Classic.
75% of garages were probably painted white.
Well, and in fact, his existing garage
the
was
original.
white.
And the
because
original, right.
we have photographic documentation of it.
that it was white, one story. But anyway, that's my concern. So, well, I'll run this up the flagpole and see what happens. So I'm going to move that the garage be approved, the option, is that 1 or 2?
2.
Option 2.
The brick?
Brick. I do think it's important that the garage doors be double, again, because of what might happen in the future. In Putnam Heights,
2 single doors, let's say.
yes, I mean, I'm sorry, 2 single
Yeah.
doors is what I was
No
meant to
nomenclature.
say. Yeah. Because in the future, again, someone may decide to replace that garage door, and in Putnam Heights, metal garage doors are allowed, although they shouldn't be, but they are, and so we might wind up with a really garish replacement at some point. So as long as it's 2 garage doors, that makes it a little bit safer. So that's my motion. Everybody got that?
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Suzanne Broadbent, second by George Massey. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Let's, we're going to do a hand. All those in favor, raise your hand. 2. All those opposed? That's the rest of us. Okay, so that didn't pass. Do you have one?
I will make a motion to approve option 1 with the 2 single doors.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Joe Meacham and second by Heather Clemmer. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
All right, do it again. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, and all opposed? Everybody else, of course. All right, so we're at a stalemate.
What do we have?
What was that, 4 to 4?
That was option 1.
4 to 4?
It was 3 against, how many we have here today?
6 nays.
I just said everybody else. Okay, how many? 3 and 6. And the first one was 2 and 7. So, and here we are. I guess you guys don't want a 2-story garage at all.
Well, I struggle to get past 4.4.5, and that's my concern. As we've discussed, we know what the existing garage looked like, and it's not that we ask people to copy the garage that was there. Obviously, we want it to be able to accommodate modern uses and standards, but 4.4.5 says you need to approximate what was there, and this is a substantial change to the garage that was there. And that's where I struggle to get past. We've got some really, we've updated our garage guidelines to be very specific, and we've nickeled and dimed people to death on square footages with it, and this seems like a pretty big thing to leap over to allow a really big garage, in my opinion.
It seems like 4.4.5 is a little bit in conflict with 4.4.12.
How's
It
that?
is, because one applies to no documentation and the other one applies to if you have documentation. We've had this issue come up before a couple of times since I've been here and since you were asking about how it's worked out. I remember losing one vote on this. I'm not sure why, and I think we went the other way once, actually. Both times I voted against it. And
So the way I interpret 4.4.12, you interpret the other way around. The first part, when no documentation is available, applies to the rest of that sentence.
Right,
It can
because
be
the or has to go with the clause before it about when the original was 2 stories or if located in a block where there are 2 stories, but the initial, the when no photographic or other documentation.
See, I was
That
applying
covers the
it, I
entire
was reading it differently. I see your interpretation now, so
And that meshes in with 4.4.5.
then that would then, yeah. All right.
So how do you guys pass garages that are very small? Because I've said in many of these meetings where I've seen documented garages that are a one-car garage, and you guys go let them go ahead and move it on up to a two-car garage. I mean, if there's documentation on those, you would imagine, hey, you can't really do anything to it except for rebuild it the way it was. You know, if you're going half the size on a small car garage.
That is a specific situation that is placed in the guidelines intentionally, whereas this specific bullet has its own clause that says when you know what was there.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
The other bullet does not have that attached to it. It says that if you have a garage and it meets these criteria under demolition, then you can increase that size to 450 square feet. But it's not referring to one or two-story structures, just the square footage.
Thank you.
So 4.4.5 says approximate. So I assume we say that it's going to 450 square feet is approximate, but not two-story, so.
By changing a one-story garage to a two-story garage, you're substantially changing the configuration, form, massing of the garage.
I was just reacting to his comment about, then how do you justify going to 450 square feet if the existing garage, you know what it was?
Well, the next one starts to talk to that.
Yeah. Yep.
I believe the staff reports indicated there was another continuance, but I understand there's not one.
That's correct. I
Okay.
misspoke in the staff report. My
Okay.
apologies.
Okay. So at this point, Mark has to start over with essentially a one-story garage. Is that where we are, Mr. Chair?
Well, we have to have some sort of vote to deny it, I guess, or continue it. Well, can't continue it.
I thought we'd already denied it. Both
We had
options.
two votes. Two
Both
that didn't
votes
pass.
failed. Neither were denied.
They both failed.
So is that an option, or does there need to be another outcome?
I'm sorry?
In other words, do we need to make a vote?
We do need a motion for
denial?
denial.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could do it without prejudice, I guess, but.
And a motion for denial means what? But does it eliminate any kind of two-story garage being approved in the backyard? For any applicant? Because I think that would stop the growth of the neighborhood at that point.
Every proposal is reviewed on its own merit, property-specific. We're not setting a precedent by making a motion on your particular garage. There is always the possibility of unique circumstances for any property that comes before the commission.
Okay.
So if we deny it without prejudice, can he?
Denial with prejudice means that he cannot come forward with either one of these plans exactly as they currently exist
Without would
for
be-
at least a year.
Without,
Without prejudice, he may come forward with either of these exact same plans anytime he chooses to, or he can alter those plans
or an
to something else.
alteration. So if it's denied with prejudice, you'd have to have a new application. But
He's supposed to have a new application because he's out of continuances.
that's what I was asking about.
Yeah, yeah.
He must have a new application, but if
Must.
you deny
Okay.
with prejudice, then he can't come forward with these same proposals.
I see, but it still needs a new application either way.
Still needs a new application. yes.
All right. A lot of rules. So is there a motion from anybody?
I already made a motion.
So I'm ready to make a motion. I just need to know if it should be with or without prejudice. I'm not sure which way to go with that.
And so what are we motioning?
To deny.
To deny, okay.
It seems like it should be with, because there wouldn't be any point coming back with these two again that have already both been voted down.
Running in circles? Is that
We tried option 1 and 2.
okay? So I move to deny HPCA 17-00043, items 1 and 2, to construct garage and expand paving with prejudice. Specific findings that 1, the original garage was only recently removed by the owner and was modestly designed one-story structure. 2, that replacement garages must approximate the original configuration, form, massing, style, placement, and detail of the former garage as illustrated in the photographic documentation. And 3, that the standards and guidelines allow for two-story garages when no documentation of the original condition is known and a two-story garage does abut the property. And number 4, that paving must be installed in such a way that abutting buildings are not threatened by new water management issues. And with, I think that's all, those 4 items.
Second.
Is that second? Moved by Jeff Parks and second by Neela Crank Clements. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's been denied. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, next item.
Our next application is HPCA-17-00056 at 420 Northwest 30th Street. This is an application by Michaela Mattingly for the installation of parking, the construction of a pergola, the installation of a fabric awning with signage, and installation of a pair of French doors at the rear. And the first 3 of these items were heard by the Commission previously. The installation of a pair of French doors at the rear is the only new item. The applicant is available today.
Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Okay. You come forward and state your name and sign in, please.
I'm Michaela Mattingly. I'm the owner of 420 Northwest 30th.
Okay.
As we're kind of getting into it, I found another house that has this exact same odd front to it.
The dormer?
Yeah, the non-dormer dormer on at 706 Northwest 31st Street. So I'm not sure what the original condition was, but this isn't unique only to this property. There's another one that's very much the same. So it's out of interest.
Ms. Mattingly, can you tell us the finished height of the pergola?
It'll be 18 by 18 on the inside, and then it has a 12-inch overhang.
How tall is it, though?
That's a good question. The clearance is 9 feet, and then those are 1 by 4, so it would be an additional 8 inches, so 9 feet, 8 inches overall height.
Where is the pergola?
Thank you.
Could you respond to the findings that were given by staff in regards to the additional parking, about screening and the existing curb cut and so forth?
Can you tell me what page those are on?
10 of 10, item 3.
I believe that it won't be screened because we proposed to have it screened in the backyard, and that did not go over well. So it was suggested to us to propose it out front, that might be a better option for it. And I'm trying to find the drawings, but I believe that we plan to...
I don't believe that they have the ability to screen parking at the street regardless. That would interrupt the flow of traffic and impede views.
So I guess, where is exactly this parking located?
It'll be located basically where that sidewalk is. It'll go from the sidewalk back, so we'll take out that curb. And there will be 2 spots to the left of that pole, and we're proposing 2 to the right of it.
And so that's not a problem with the city?
Well, that's what we're still in the works of. We have to get a few more drawings done to propose the variance to them.
So it would be a variance?
Yes.
You're talking about the parking in the front yard?
Yes.
That's not.
So
I guess I'm kind of surprised. But
is originally you had proposed the parking in the backyard, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And this month, the proposal has changed and it's in the front yard, is that right?
Yes, it was suggested to us that this would be the better option.
suggested by?
We've been working together on the proposal. I don't know that there is a good option whatsoever. When it comes right down to it, operation of the business out of the structure requires a certain number of parking spaces that they are going to be unable to acquire either in the front or the back.
Required not by zoning, but required just because a place to park for your customers?
No, by zoning.
No, by zoning.
Zoning? Okay.
Yes. They have underlying zoning. This is HL rather than HP.
Okay.
And so the underlying zoning will apply. Commercial, C3,
Yes. Oh,
so
has a
that's-
requirement for parking, so office and office would be 10 parking spots.
So this is zoned
C3.
C3 with an overlay of
HL.
HL. Okay.
In neighborhoods like this, though, where there's commercial so close to residential, it seems like it's traditional for some businesses not to have any parking specific.
I would be fine with that. If the variance, they say, no, it's okay for you not to provide parking, that's fine with me. I just will need the variance either way.
I would go with that. I mean, that would be my preference, would be, if you are okay with that. I want to make sure that you are, I mean, do you feel like that if you go for a variance, that you have a good enough reason to tell them there's other places in this area that don't have specific parking, so there's no reason why my customers can't park on the street because it's a commercial?
Well, there's no street parking. There is parking across the street. My only concern would be that the owners of that business would get upset if my customers were constantly going over there.
I think we have somebody, a neighbor who'd like to discuss this, so you want to come forward? But my opinion, commercial requirements for parking is there for a reason, and to have a business with no parking.
But we have a house that is being turned into a commercial where, you know, you have other
Then you can't turn it into commercial.
What?
If you don't have parking, you can't turn it into commercial. I don't understand
then,
that idea. There's no parking on 30th.
so I'm saying no to the additional parking, but go and ask if they can have a variance that people can park down the street or
So I guess if
wherever.
they could get a variance, which I don't think they'll be able to get. So, anyhow.
Well,
So,
You would need a variance either way. I mean, you're going to
state
need a
your name
variance to
and-
do. Matt Guillory. I just raised my hand because I'm the one that owns the property across the street.
and sign in if you would, please.
I did, thank you. But yeah, I mean, to what you were just saying, you would need a variance either way for either parking in the front yard or to reduce the number of required parking spots. I'd rather see a reduction in the required number of parking spots because it wouldn't change the flow or character of the appearance of the front of the property. Parking in the front here, 30th is a pretty busy street, and people have a tendency to really move down this block in particular. There technically is street parking allowed there. People do it. It's not
Along
the
the
most
curb?
well-advised thing because I've seen cars get hit.
Along the curb.
Along the curb, yes. But my point is, if you park cars in the front of this, that sidewalk is going to be significantly impacted, and for people to pass, pedestrians to pass, I guess they would have to go into the street. You've got the obstruction of the large utility pole there, so they won't be able to just skirt around that part of it. The parking in the front to gain 4 parking spots and completely change the flow of that pedestrian walkway and what everything else on that block right there is residential right now, which may change in the future, but for the time being, this would be a significant outlier in that block. All to gain 4 parking spaces does not seem worth it.
Well, okay, I'm familiar with this area, and the site plan to me is, or the model, whatever it is not accurate, because the street is further away from the front of the, I can't tell where the property line is. It might be possible to do off-street parking on the city right-of-way, but not on the property, front yard of the property, in my opinion. I don't think that's accurate. I don't know. Do you have a scale drawing of the site? I'm just looking at your model. There's no site plan. It doesn't look accurate to me. I'm familiar with the area. I think it's a common problem along 30th, parking and off-street parking.
Do you not have this page, Alan?
That's a
What page?
floor plan.
The site
page,
plan.
Ursula?
I'm looking for it, Jeff. Give me just 1 second.
Oh, okay. Oh. Page 4 of 33.
Yes, ma'am.
It just looks like there's more space than what you've drawn there, but I just want to be possible to have off-street parking, but not in the front yard, just, perpendicular parking off the street. I don't know if that's allowable or not. It's a commercial area, just like you would have any commercial district with parking
Right.
directly off the street would be better to me than driving into the front yard and parking. But
I agree.
I don't know if that's permissible. Yeah, if it was other districts. And across the street, there is parking in front of that commercial development from 30th and Walker down to Hudson.
I'm not familiar with the parking across the street. Is it all of the parking across the street, is it owned by the building owner?
Yes.
Yes. It's on their property.
Yes, all the parking across the street is on my property. Yeah. And I have tenants in there using that parking. So,
Right.
I mean, in a lot of ways, the parking across the street is kind of a moot issue. It's whether or not you park in the front or just have a variance to, I guess I see 3 options. You either get a variance to park in the front and maybe still not come up with the required number of parking spots, so you would need 2 variances at that point, or the backyard is pretty significant.
How many parking spaces are required according to the zoning?
10, as far as I can tell.
10.
So
that would, perpendicular parking right off the street would still be impossible, because that would require a 10, about 90 feet of curb length, and it's only 50, it's standard lot.
Yes, which that's where the variance would come in. They would either say, okay, you can just have 4 spots, or, okay, you don't need to provide any parking at all. But I believe by law, I cannot have, like, my customers cross the street. So that's why if I did use his parking, I would have to get a variance either way, so that legally it's okay for them to park over there and come across the street. And I'm not providing the parking.
You're talking about in front of his building?
Yes.
But that's not a possibility, anyway, no.
And
So if you-
he's already counting that parking.
If you
can't
didn't
count
have
twice.
any, if you didn't have any parking spaces on the site, would you still be going forward, and do you feel like there's some place that your customers could park?
I'll still go forward. That's why I'm asking for the variance, because my fear is that they'll go park over there, and it's going to cause a huge headache for both of us trying to control where people are parking.
Or they're going to park on the curb on Hudson.
And that would be fine, too. Either way, I mean, I just need to get a
Maybe
variance.
not the people who live on Hudson, but
Well, and I mean, a variance doing away with the requirement for parking doesn't solve the practical matter of where people are going to park. So,
Right.
and like you said, parking up and down the neighborhood street is not going to make neighbors happy. There is some ability to park on 30th, but very little. You've got 6 houses here that are zoned commercial that are currently, well, either unoccupied like this one or occupied as residential. If all 6 of these do eventually go commercial, which it's probable that they will, something's going to have to be decided about parking. There's going to have to be some sort of consideration given to the parking needs of that corner and that whole little intersection and everything in general. There's ample space in the backyard of this property. It's a very deep lot. It's a large piece of property. It seems to me that, and I might be wrong, but it seems that the only reason that you don't have the adequate amount of parking in the back that's required is because you're opting to put a garage and pergola or whatever that other structure is that is voluntarily being put in the back. Without those 2, it seems like you would have more than enough parking in the back.
I think it'd still be tight if this is to scale. But
I think it's a close to 50-foot wide lot, and it's a really deep lot. This property, the house, the structure itself does not go that deep, so you'd have 75 or so feet, 75 by 50 or so behind the house. And I don't know if your drawings are to scale either, but
I mean, for us, really the question is for design only, although the parking plays a role in it. I mean, it would be my thought that perhaps parking in the back, this one is something that I would have to see a lot more information, and also how it would impact, if you had parking in the back, wouldn't it be visible by people that live in houses?
We initially proposed parking in the back, and we didn't have the pergola and all that back there, and because of the amount of paving we were proposing to put back there, you guys basically said you didn't like that idea.
Right. Okay. Well,
I wasn't able to attend that meeting. I was out of town. Was it the permeability of what was the issue with the parking in the rear? That seems much preferable to
a copy of what
parking in the front
I
yard.
think we were trying to understand the parking that was proposed in the rear before, because the way it was drawn, there wasn't enough room for maneuverability. There was, I remember,
If I also remember, there was some
pergola,
question about what the overall intended use was and why parking was required. I don't think at that time it was clear that what was going to be happening, that it was going to be commercial property that would require parking on it.
and then my question would be, are we allowing parking in the backyard where those fences are shared by, residential owner or people living in, not business, so?
there's no way you can fit 10 cars in that area shown on that sketch in the backyard. So that would require a variance also.
I think a variance is going to be needed no matter what.
Like I said, 10
there's no way
cars
of getting
is
around a
like a
variance.
90-foot long row of, and the lot's only 100 and probably 140.
I just don't think that this lot has room for commercial parking.
There's not enough space.
That wouldn't affect the overall, integrity of the property and its surrounds.
But it's not for us to determine
Well, I'm
if
saying
they
it
can
would
get a
take-
variance, so if we...
No, she can get a variance, she can go forward. I'm just saying that I would make a motion for that additional parking, either in the back or the front, affects the integrity of the property.
True, but in the back would probably be more acceptable in the front.
Design-wise, I think it's too small of a lot.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I think of multifamily structures and garages that are in the back, and sometimes there's quite a bit of paving behind it, depending on the use.
This is just a single-family home. This would be like living next door to a house that
It's a
has
duplex.
people driving back to the back of a house and parking in a backyard.
For better or for worse,
I mean-
it's already been zoned commercial, though.
Well, what was it?
It's a duplex.
So how far is it from the corner? About how many lots? I'm looking at it on my aerial.
Yeah, I wish we had an aerial.
How far is what?
How far are you from 30th or from Hudson
Uh,
or
From
the church?
Hudson, there's, I think, another duplex very similar to, is Hudson going
I think
east?
it's this one, because you can see the shadow of that power.
I believe there's 2 other residences.
And
there's
then the
a power
church?
pole, yeah, shadow.
Ms. Mattingly, you think there's 2 other residences than the church?
I think we found it.
I believe the church is on the opposite side, is it not?
I can answer that. There are 6 residential structures on this side of the street. To the east of this one, there are 2, and then a historic church. To the west of this one, there are 3. The immediate one next to this is a 2-story, and then after those 3, it's a daycare.
Which ones are commercial?
30th, well, the church is empty, and
Of the houses, which are
it's
commercial?
debatable what the church is, but the daycare is the daycare, and then the new Mexican restaurant next to that are the only 2 commercial on that side.
So of
besides-
all those duplex, house, resident, whatever, it's the corner, which is the restaurant, the daycare, and now this one. There's only 3 commercial structures, is that right?
Well, and then the church.
One in the church.
And the church is a significant footprint. It's 14,000 square feet. Hudson does not line up north and south of 30th. So Hudson is offset by, a couple hundred feet from north of 30th to south of 30th. If
Right.
you're going south on Hudson, on the north side of 30th, and you kept going straight, you would run into this house here, basically.
I've just been told there's another person who would like to speak about this. Okay. You could come forward and sign in. I guess the sign-in sheet's over on this one. And then state your name, please.
I'm Melba Holt, and I have the property that is east of hers.
Okay.
It is also a duplex, and I've lived on that street and owned both of those properties since '88 and '89. I used the property that she has now for a gallery, an office, and a residence. At one point, the church didn't have a parking lot, and they shared the lot that's across from the church. There is a little greenhouse in between these 2 houses. My concern is for the foot traffic. There's a lot of foot traffic all times of day, and during the Paseo Festival and during the first of the month when they have the Paseo Walk, there's a lot of foot traffic. The idea of the parking in front of that building, I think, would be problematic, but I am here to say that I support Michaela and her project. I think that this is a vibrant community. I've spoken with her and some of the people that she's doing business with. I think that it's going to be a good opportunity if she can get some of her ideas expressed. It was hard for me to contain myself when she wanted to remove the garage doors from the garage. But that said, I don't intend to be in the property I own for more than 3 years. What I'd like to see happen for Michaela is that she can do what's best for her now in terms of her zoning, but I can tell you about that traffic and the front parking. She has a very deep lot in the back, and if it could help her in some kind of way to accomplish her goals, I would be willing to discuss some of the use of the property that I have for her project. However, I think that that front parking would not be an option. I am here to be concerned about the driveway and the fence on her project, because we have some unresolved things concerning driveways and fences that have come up over the years that I would not like to see her have to engage in, and I would like to make this board aware of the kinds of issues that go with driveways and fences. Driveways and fences create a lot of animosity and unnecessary civil actions. Michaela is a new neighbor, and I would not want to, her vision, she wants to do some things that I couldn't have even thought of, but because of the problems with the garage doors as an owner and a business person, it was very, very inconvenient to keep those doors as they were, but for the integrity of what the historical district is about, I chose to just leave them there. That said, I do want to support her in any way that I can and moving forward with her project, but I'm saying that this is my feedback on that parking. And my concern, I could not get the graphics together for you that would adequately let you look at the kind of problems that can occur with driveways and fences. I can't put it in words, but it can be expensive, it can be awful, and it can not be a good thing for the vibrant neighborhood that is. That is a diverse neighborhood, and it's an intergenerational neighborhood. It has good walkability, and her concept is one that I think the community would embrace. I have worked with the neighborhood association and with other developers on several projects, and that is my input.
Thank you. I think the only thing we're really discussing is the parking, though.
I mean, I agree that with what's been said from the neighbors, that the parking, that would be a problem. I don't know. Who knows if you would get permission for that? But I feel like that we have several developments in the city right now that have used combinations of residential properties, in unique ways. But there was a plan for more parking.
Well,
but that's not really our problem, I don't think, as far as the guidelines. I just think that just letting this, if we let just a little bit of parking here and then the next door person has to do something, then pretty soon we're going to have some kind of very bad parking situation in backyards that is not going to be attractive, and it's going to detract from the historic feel of that particular area. If somebody owned all of them and they said, hey, can we tear one down on the end and make parking and then do this great thing? Maybe something like that. I'm not saying, I don't know what the other ones are or anything. But when it's just this one, you're just going to have to walk to it or not do it.
It would be pretty hard to do. But you can look at that aerial. Thanks for putting that up there. You can see the pattern is parking off the street, directly off the street, which could be a possibility to minimize the paving of the site. But you couldn't get 10 cars on their lot. You might be able to get it with 2 lots, maybe the neighbor, just saying. But
we're sitting out, and we have to walk a block or two to go to some kind of places. That's just the way it is. We can't all have, when we look at unusual situations, we just can't take every property and say, hey, no matter what, we're going to have to force some parking on it.
The problem is the zoning would require on-site parking.
Well, we're not here to...
And it'd be nice if, we've talked to people about this is a total aside, if the owners in this area would get together with the city and try to develop a master plan to develop some parking, because it is a problem, especially during the arts, the Paseo Festival. So, anyhow, those are my comments. We haven't talked about the other items. I don't think they're too controversial, but parking is
For the city, all 6 of those houses are zoned commercial C3.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yep, all 6 of them. The church is actually, the church sits on an R2, is R2, but the 6 houses are C3.
Okay, oh, good. So,
I mean, I would make a motion to deny HPCA 17-00056, item 9, to install the additional parking, which I'm not really, which one are we asking for today? Is it the parking in the front, not the parking in the back?
We were going to, I believe, continue that to the next meeting once we've got the variance and figured out exactly what the city says in terms of how many spaces I need. If it can be in the front, if no, we won't do it in the front, you just won't provide parking. We were going to wait until we had more information from the city.
would you, I mean, we're not in charge of variances, but if they could somehow get a variance to provide just 4 off-street parking perpendicular in front?
Off-street, oh.
Right, just like
If it's in the street, we're just...
just like down the block, just like the other commercial. This whole area, this side is commercial apparently. And you
I mean,
could...
if they can park in the street, that's fine, we're not looking at the street.
It's off the street, perpendicular parking like there is on the other commercial areas. Could you bring that map back up? You know what I'm talking about?
Like in front of the little shopping center?
Yeah.
Like in Plaza District?
Like in the, can you bring that map back up?
At 30th and Walker you were talking about, right?
Well, it was just up there. Perpendicular parking off the street like in all commercial areas. And yes, the
If
same.
it's in the street, I don't care what they do.
It's on the street right away, but it's
Yeah.
not parking on
Right.
the street, which means you pull over the curb. That's different. It's off the street.
Right, I don't care, that's good.
That would require less paving of the site because you wouldn't have to have a drive.
No.
You wouldn't have to have a
no
drive.
paving.
But I thought that's exactly what had been proposed in the site.
Oh, you mean like you would pull in, you would take some of the grass and you would...
What I see on the site plan, there was a drive, and then you would.
No.
I thought that was a drive.
Alan, I don't know if I'm...
Sidewalk.
That's a sidewalk, okay.
I don't know if I'm following what you're saying. You're talking parallel parking to the street, but just recessed out of the lane of traffic? Or are you talking perpendicular to
Perpendicular, like
the lanes
the
of
same
traffic?
type of parking that's in front of the,
So the 4, basically what they're proposing today, the 4 spots in the front lawn.
well, okay, I was reading that wrong. I thought that was a drive in the front yard. It's just a sidewalk. So I guess it's pretty much what they're proposing with 4 spaces.
Right, no.
So that would be
That's not what
across
I'm-
the sidewalk.
That's not what I'm proposing. I mean, we can continue and you can go see what they let you do, but even if they get the variance, you'll still be back here for us to give approval of the design.
If you moved, I thought what you were talking about was moving the curb back to roughly where the sidewalk is, which would give you space for parallel parking recessed from the lane of traffic. That only gets her 2 spots, but
That would be, that'd be
across
another
that whole
option.
6 would be very
You
beneficial.
could do parallel, but down the street in front of the convenience store, it's perpendicular. So that's the same pattern as the rest of the commercial.
Yeah, the convenience store was built as a commercial structure, though. These are residential houses that are currently being used as residential that are converting to
They are zoned
commercial.
commercial,
So having one outlier in the middle of the block of 6 with parking in the front lawn would be, extremely out of character with the block and quite a bit of a disruption to the pedestrian ability to navigate that block.
Since they're zoned for commercial, I could see that, but it may be out of character, it may not be.
Commercial zoning aside, it's still an HL overlay. And from an historic preservation standpoint, having parking in the front yard of a duplex is a weird and non-historic thing to do. So I would struggle with that.
It's on the city right away, but it's not really on their property.
Well, wherever it
I'm
is.
just saying, but that's,
Parking in front of a house, and that's...
I understand. I'm just trying to come up with some sort of a middle ground.
I don't, unless there's that's what I'm saying. There's, for this particular property coming forward by itself, it's a problem. If there was a group coming forward and they had a plan, that might be different, but
That would be better.
that would be better, but we don't.
Wish they
So
would do.
I just don't think that this particular lot, I mean, there's room for, it's not against the law for you all, the owners, to park in the back. You have parking there, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
which is where we'll be parking in the garage.
Right, you'll be parking in the garage.
Yeah. And then there's enough space for one handicap spot in front of the garage. So they may give us a variance saying we don't need to provide any parking, but then we're back to there's no street parking and it's going to cause problems. So, I mean, I guess whenever I take in my proposal to the city, would you guys prefer me to propose to them parking in the back again?
No, I'm not saying adding, I'm saying there's enough room for, I mean, I would just be willing, if you want, to just give you a continuance for that portion of the application, and then...
Wait till see what the Board of
And then you can come
Adjustments
back.
does.
Okay.
I just reminded Jeff and I of remember the project in Crown Heights where they wanted to park next to the dental office, and we didn't
Right.
approve it, and it was overturned, but it could happen. Okay, so is there a motion?
So...
Are you starting one?
I did. So I guess a motion to approve items 10, 14, and 13 with the specific findings and conditions as noted by the staff in the staff report.
Were there any comments on those items? We didn't really discuss those.
That was in regards to the pergola, the French doors, and the awning with the signage.
Nothing? Okay. Is there a
I
second?
guess, well, hang on, I would have a question. Are you aware of the condition that was on item 13 in the staff report, and have you...
You'd have to submit your signage design to staff, your final design to staff.
I can paint on there, right, and you guys can't? Like, I can paint the brick whatever color and paint on the...
No.
No.
Wait, has the brick been painted
Yes.
already? Yeah.
Oh.
Then yes.
So then I wanted to take away the signage, and I'm
You
just
can't
going
paint a
to...
sign on the brick without
That's painted?
You can't paint a sign on the brick?
design approval.
The brick has been painted, we've already...
Right, but the sign still would have to be
Signs and
approved.
murals are different from simply
Okay.
painting.
Okay, well then, I'm back to the awning. So you just need to see the final design of it? What the sign on the awning?
Well, actually, the way that this one is written is that it says install a fabric awning with signage. That's what you've applied for, unless you've changed it. We can continue that one also.
You probably need to get a sign
Is the
permit. for
awning
this.
not in here?
It says the proposed awning meets all the guidelines, but
The awning that I proposed is on 30 of 33. And then the design that'll be on it will just be my logo, which I can send
Right.
that over.
that would be the sign.
Yes.
But I don't think you could, I don't know. Could you continue to paint, are you saying you want additional signage and you want to paint it on the wall?
No, I was saying if I can paint it without having to get approval, then I wasn't going to do the awning. I was just going to paint my logo up there. But since that has to get approved too, then I'm back to the awning with just my logo printed on it.
That's what's on the application today.
Yes.
I don't know. Can we answer her question? Could she just paint a sign on that, on the
Fascia?
on the area where the awning is proposed to go without?
I don't think so. That'd
I don't
fall under
think so.
signs and murals, right, Angela?
You kind of understand.
Yes, that's what she just told me. So I'm fine with the awning.
Okay.
Do you just need me to send over the logo that'll go on it?
You have to, right. You need, in scale, you need to present that to the staff before you do it.
Okay.
I never even asked, what is your business going to be?
What is what?
What's your business?
It's art and clothing.
What?
Right now, it's art and clothing, and right now I have it's mobile. It's a little bus that I travel around to festivals. So this will be our brick and mortar.
That's the struggle bus?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, we'd
Okay, that was
like
my-
to see you succeed, just we have to do it the right way, so.
Okay, so my motion was just to approve 10, 14, and 13.
Second.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. Would the garage and carport be part of that in the rear? part of that motion?
There's no mention of a garage.
No mention of that. What, are we making changes?
No, if there's still going to be a requirement of parking and
No, we're just approving the pergola, the French doors, and the awning.
it just seems like approving a garage and things in the back before we know what the parking requirements for the space are going to be.
There's no garage in the motion.
Was there a garage on the original application?
The garage already exists. The garage is there. I'm not proposing a garage. I initially proposed an addition behind the garage, and now we're just going to do the pergola because it was just going to be used for entertaining, and Angela said a pergola would be easier to get past. So now we're just proposing the pergola.
Yeah, so these items are the pergola, awning, and French doors. So, it's been moved by Joe Meacham and seconded by, who was it?
I did.
Jeff Parks. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, those items are approved.
Now I'm going to make a motion, HPCA 17-00056, item 9, to continue to the November.
You'll need November.
Happy
She's
November,
going to get a variance. You guys will have to comment on that prior to.
Okay.
So will all that happen before November? The variance hearing?
Have you applied for the variance?
We're still working on it. We have pretty much all of it done except for a couple of elevation drawings.
That'll probably take longer than a month to go through that process.
Probably.
So at least November 1 of 2018. No. So is that a November 1st?
Whatever date, what date are we, Angela? Or
I don't know what the
Kayla?
question is, sorry.
how long do you want to continue?
I believe they said it'll take a month, but you guys would probably know better than me how.
So are you saying, Angela, it's going to take a month, but before that, they're going to send it to us?
You guys need to make a recommendation.
So that
on the
recommendation will
variance
come
that
to us
involves you.
probably at the November meeting?
Very possibly.
What happens if they don't get to it? They continue?
She'll be out of continuances.
Okay.
And it's not possible to continue more than
That is
2
correct.
months. Okay, so November 1 is our farthest date out.
Okay, well, we'll just have to do that. Continue it to November 1st, and then we'll see. If for some reason the whole variance thing is not settled, you'll have to reapply.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Having a legal discussion. No change? Okay, motion stands. So, been moved by Joe Meacham, second by Jeff Parks. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, item 9 is continued. Thank you.
Did you already do the French doors?
We approved them.
Okay, I missed that. On the awning, is there any way to, approve it since I already have the style and the sizes with, a condition that the logo is appropriate?
Yes, we approve that.
Is that
All you
what
have to
y'all
do is show the
missed
final design
Okay.
to staff.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Whew. All right, onward. Next item.
HPCA-17-00078 for the property at 213 Northwest 24th Street, Smith. You've heard this application previously, and she has submitted documentation of other enclosed front porches in our historic preservation districts. And the applicant is at the podium.
Hello.
Okay, am I on?
Hi, yeah, you're on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have some pictures.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry, okay. I have some pictures here that show, you don't have to guess what we're trying to go with. That shows you where it is today. Yes, I have, oh, sorry.
Could you state your name?
Yes, I am Betty Smith. I am the general partner of 3 Stars Imports LLP.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just go down this list of the specific findings and address each one. That's right. Line of vision. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Number one is that the structure is fully enclosed and should be considered an addition rather than a deck. The original complaint on this says no HPCA for exterior change to building enclosed back porch, and that's exactly what it is. And in the new pictures you can see we have, we moved the door, which was facing the east, around to the north, and there's no door there now. That's just an opening. And the bottom part of it, this is open. It's just this is just to screen it so you don't see the inside of it. And it looks like
Ms.
a black
Smith,
hole.
can you talk into the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
You're kind of getting away
I'm
from
sorry.
it.
Okay. Let me take my glasses off. Maybe that'll help. Okay. The opening here is 8 feet by 9 feet, so it is not a closed structure. And one of the problems was that the stairway was visible from the street. We moved the stairway to the back of the building. And the way it is now, the way it's finished off, most of this construction is not visible from either the street or the alley. And there is a picture in your material of the east side of the building with what you see from the entrance of the alley. And number 2, proposed structure within the allowed size for addition to historic structures. I don't know how to answer that. Then the proposed structure entirely visible from the alley running from Northwest 23rd Street. If you'll see page 27 of your handout, you'll see that it is not entirely visible. Number 4, that the proposed structure replace a previously existing deck that never approved by the HP Commission or permitted by the City of Oklahoma City Services Development. The deck has been there for several years. We only glassed it in. It's the same deck that has withstood 80-mile-an-hour wind, numerous earthquakes, and a Category 1 tornado this spring. It's been seen by many code inspectors, and there have been no complaints. Number 5, 6, and 7, there are pictures and a list of similar construction in historic areas. And I think as far as number 7, the pictures I provided you will show you what the materials are. And then on page 2, there's a list of the lumber that was used in it. So that's my presentation, and I hope you'll approve it.
Okay.
Time is not on my side. Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'll be 77 years old.
Well, thanks for coming down. Any questions about this? Thank you.
Pardon me?
Was there, you are in agreement that that the work was never permitted or applications were never made to the HP Commission for the work done? Was there a reason? Or was it done before it was a preservation district, or?
We just put it on the back of an addition that went there in 1950, which is frankly an ugly thing. And it just kind of grew, first the deck and then the enclosure, because we wanted to have our house plants in there. We wanted them protected. But I really don't have any excuse for not going through that process. Guilty.
Well, I know, it's you know, it does, as you've been sitting here, it takes work to go through the process. We understand that.
Yes, it took our whole summer to address this, a time when we really needed to be doing other things with the property.
We understand. Unfortunately, you know, after looking at everything, we have to look at these, or, you know, when I look at something like this, it's already done. It's always hard to, you know, to look back, and particularly after, you know, you've made efforts to fix something up, you know, and spent money. But we have to, you know, or look at it like, you know, it's not there. Like, if you brought this design into us, you know, would we approve it today? And that's where the problem comes. It just doesn't seem like that what you've done would fit our guidelines. And so in this situation, it's always really hard because, you know, when something's already been built, then what do you do? That's a problem.
I will ask you to consider that the part that it adjoins is not historic in any way. It was just tacked on to the bungalow that was there originally by the previous owners back in 1950.
Right.
Obviously, I didn't do it because I was
right.
10 years old.
Well, you know, we have to look at everything that's, we have to look at everything that's built. We have to look at everything that's built, you know, in the neighborhood. And so it comes under the guidelines whether it's built on a portion of a house that maybe the front of the house is historic, but then there's an addition. There's all sorts of additions over time. There was lots of changes and additions before the guidelines.
And I ask you, too, to consider that it's largely invisible from the street.
Right. Yeah, I see your point on that. But what we're trying to do is make sure, you know, you said it wasn't very pretty, the 1950 edition. Well, you know, we want to work to make sure that when we add more things that, you know, it enhances, you know, not just your property, but, you know, the whole area, because, you know, that's what the guidelines are for.
I'd like to address that, too. Everyone was so happy with this, and you said, how could that be? You got a complaint. The complaint wasn't really about the construction. It's because the person who made this complaint asked us to borrow money. And when we told him we're not a bank, we don't lend money, he stopped calling us. He stopped coming over and sitting in the garden here to relax. We didn't hear from him. He wouldn't answer our calls. And then came this notice. So it was a revenge thing. It has nothing to do with how the neighborhood feels about this project.
Well, I'm not, you know, from there, I'm just, I don't feel like that, you know, what y'all have done so far on that particular part, you know, follows the guidelines. So that's where we're at.
I'm kind of confused. Is this coming in, of it's built because of a complaint? I see.
Yes, I have a copy of it here if you'd like to see it.
No, it's okay. I didn't know exactly what we were, so we're talking about the existing construction being the reconstruct and closed deck.
No, it says no HPCA for exterior change to building enclosed back porch.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And of course, the porch was there before that.
So staff is recommending continue for more information, I believe. Yeah.
I think based on many of the guidelines that have been included in the packet, I mean, we could deny this, but it looks like maybe staff has suggested a continuance because you have an extra one left, or maybe this is your second one. Is that right? So we can do that. I don't know that anyone's going to make a motion for approval. Could be wrong, but you can take the chance of it being denied. So a continuance is probably your best bet at this point to see if you want to pull anything else together.
Okay, if it is denied, what would be my next step? You're not proposing that I tear it off?
Angela, could you
then there
speak
would
to
be
what
no way to
happened?
get into the apartment upstairs, and the entrance to this apartment is inside this structure. That's where the entry door with the locks and the threshold and so forth are.
Angela, what would be the next step?
The next available step is to make an appeal to the Board of Adjustment of the determination that was made here at the HP Commission.
Board of Adjustment, okay, and what is the decision here, or?
They've not made a decision as
Okay.
yet. If they were to deny your proposal, your only other option would be either to have this removed or to appeal that decision to the Board of Adjustment. As of the last opportunity when you were before the commission, they requested actual construction drawings of what you proposed to build on the back of the structure. And they gave you an opportunity to alter those proposals that you have in this plan to provide for windows, doors, walls, that sort of thing that would bring you into compliance with an actual addition.
Well, the measurements are on these drawings.
And based on the guidelines, the measurements are for the items that are currently in place, which are not consistent with the guidelines.
That are
And so-
currently in place.
On the structure?
Okay. You have pictures of what was in place before that. I really don't
I
think
have
that's worth
pictures.
preserving.
Yeah, I have
It's
plenty of
in this, the pictures are in here.
Yes, ma'am. I think what happened at the last HP Commission was basically you were asked to alter your drawings to propose something that is consistent and compatible with the guidelines that are currently in place, and that this proposal is not necessarily meeting that criteria. During that time, rather than do that, what we've done is address what other types of enclosed porches were in fact in the neighborhood, and you've addressed that there are other enclosed porches in the neighborhood. At this time, you can either get a continuance and perhaps meet the criteria of the guidelines for what you propose to build on the back of this structure, or you could propose to remove this from the back of this structure, or the commission could propose to deny your proposal, and then your options are, of course, to go to the Board of Adjustment if you choose to.
I'm going to follow your suggestion and use my next contingency.
Okay. That
right.
sounds good. I would make a motion to continue HPCA 17-00078 to
November, please.
November 1st.
November 1? Yes.
Right,
November
correct.
1.
November 1st meeting.
Who seconded? Moved by Joe Meacham and seconded by Neela Crank Clements. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, you're continued to November 1st. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, next item.
HPCA-17-00087. This is for the property at 601 Northwest 14th Street. This is in relation to the construction of the new carriage house at the back of the property, removal of the existing driveway at the front to a certain extent, and installation of a new driveway at Dewey at the proposed new garage structure. This item has been continued previously.
Angela, has demolition already been approved?
Yes.
These two left. But Commissioner Meacham has abstained for this. All right.
My name is Stan Berry. I'm here representing the applicant, Mrs. Irwin.
Okay. Is that okay when his name's not on there? Is that okay? All right. So, questions?
As you may be aware, there was an existing structure that has previously been approved for demolition due to the structural integrity of it. That's it there. And then, as you see in that picture there is the proposed removal of a portion of the existing drive that's approached from 14th Street, which is behind the house, behind the porte cochere. There. And there is where the proposed new curb cut and rebuilding of those walls, which would be the approach off of Dewey Street.
Okay. Any comments? Anybody? So the driveway is being removed from the, I guess we've got a portico, whatever, back to the back of the property.
Well, there's actually two driveways now, so that one would just be eliminated.
From the back wall of the porte cochere to the garage.
To the garage, that's coming out.
Is that accurate?
There's another driveway?
Yes, off
On
of Dewey.
Dewey.
What?
On Dewey?
It is one on Dewey, okay. Just looking
Right
at the
here.
site plan, trying to see what's existing.
There it is.
Original footprint. So you're just adding on to the original footprint, I see. And turning the access to the side. Comments?
Well, the biggest issue we had when we saw it the last time was the size. I don't remember us having significant issues with using the driveway off of Dewey. That seemed to make sense. I was noticing on the staff recommendations that they had put under unique circumstances, the front portion of the driveway and the approach will remain in place. Is that a unique circumstance or more of a condition?
That was an offer by the property owner.
Okay. So I appreciate that this garage is quite a bit smaller. It does exceed the allowed 5%, but by less than 10 square feet. So they came awfully close.
And I think a lot of that is driven by the size of the existing, kind of mimicking the form that was there, and, the scale of the structure that was there, and providing enough space for an actual garage to function as a garage. So,
20.
I was on board with that.
Yeah.
Proposal is good to me.
So the garage door side is 23 feet, 2 inches.
And that, when you're reading it on the side plan, that's actually the dimension of the concrete. The structure itself is actually 23 feet,
Okay.
which would actually bring it underneath.
I was looking at the floor plan on sheet 2. Does the existing garage have single doors? No, well, there it is, okay. It has,
There's a single door
Swinging
on
door.
Dewey and a single door
Yeah.
on the north facade. I'm sorry, south.
with barn doors, kind of swinging doors. Would you consider single doors instead of a double wide, as we call it? I think it's wide enough, 23 feet.
Yeah, our preference would be for the 17-foot doors shown with the style that appears to be two individual doors, just for the ease of access.
Yeah. Just looking at the existing, it has all single doors.
But when you consider, maneuvering up the slope and into the door, it's a little bit of a squirm.
Those walls are coming out, and it's going to be all rebuilt, and it'll
Yeah,
be
relocated.
17 feet, a 17-foot wide driveway, flaring to 23 feet. To me, there's enough space for maneuvering, but
As I said, that would be our preference, but we would
consider.
entertain the idea of we'd have to drop down, it'd be 2 8-foots.
I noticed on the site plan, this is page 3 of 43, in regards to this wall. It said that the stone will be reconfigured as required by the new drive, use stone salvaged from the existing wall to replicate existing wall. So this driveway will be widened?
Yes.
Okay.
The 17 feet mirrors what is across the street, across the Dewey. There's similar curb cuts of that width.
Okay. So the 17 feet just go all the way from the curb cut to the driveway, or excuse me, to the garage?
Well, when we get to the doors, it widens to 23 feet.
Okay.
With the change to the garage doors, I think it looks pretty good, personally. The additional width you really need to get make a functional garage opening from the east, so it's within, what, 10 square feet?
So you want 2 8-foot doors.
Yeah, that's what the gentleman.
The applicant has.
Well, I said our preference is one large, the
Yeah.
17-foot door that has a style that appears that it's 2 doors.
He would consider
Okay.
But
2 singles.
So the door that you've proposed, it looks like this one?
Yes.
Okay.
with the double hinges in the middle, so it appears that it's 2 doors.
Right. And Alan, you prefer if it were 2 of those, like what's on this side. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. That's our typical preference is for 2 single doors, unless there's a space consideration or width or something.
I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other on it.
Our motion maker's not here. Somebody else has to make a motion. What do you guys think? 2 single doors? 2 single doors. 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 2 sin
Because I'm ready to make a motion as presented,
Yep.
if that's fine. Okay. Sorry.
Double wide?
Yes. I'm going to make that motion and see where it goes. How about that? So I would move to approve. I move to approve HPCA 17-00087, items 2, 6, 7, and 8, with the unique circumstances and findings as listed in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jeff Parks, and second by Neela Crane Clements. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
I didn't feel that strongly. Thank you. I would have liked it better. Okay, next item.
HPCA-17-00090 was continued until October, so our next one is HPCA-00098 for the property at 1555 Northwest 37th Street. And they propose to demolish a garage, construct a new garage, replace the apron, and install mechanical equipment related to the garage.
Okay.
Ralph Gibbons, representing a homeowner.
Okay.
First, our site plan has got to be corrected. Our architect designed it. We have the same situation that applicant 2 had, that our, or maybe not, our current garage sits about a foot inside the property line. The city will require us to move it in standard building, which is going to be a minimum of 5. The way he has drafted the site plan, it shows driveway straight up. It appears as if it's encroaching on the west side neighbor by 6 to 8 feet. Tori has a copy of a pen survey that shows that. So we'll have to get an amended site plan from our architect. This came about yesterday, so my apologies for that.
So other than the issues with the location of the garage, are you prepared to discuss the condition of the garage and the design of the proposed garage if the commission deems necessary?
Yes, yeah. Our proposal is to demo the existing garage, which is in 2 sections. There's the original garage that was built about 1925, and there is an addition to the north of it, kind of a living quarters in it, that we don't have record of when it was constructed. We're guessing probably in the 30s or 40s. The north section, which you can see with the little air conditioner sticking out of it, roof is caved in, it's completely dilapidated, it's completely uninhabitable, you can't even walk in it. The garage to the south of that, our original garage, that structure, is not in as bad a shape, but it is close. Structurally, it is very unsound. The foundation has heaved, cracked, footings have settled on each end. The west wall is actually out of plumb, tilting in 3 to 4 inches. So the garage door is very difficult to operate. This foundation is basically gone. So our plan is to demo that garage, relocate the electrical lines, and construct what we proposed.
Mr. Gibbons, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
I wonder why.
the photographs that we have attached to the staff report, there's just not much evidence at all that the garage is in a state that would require demolition. Typically, the applicant submits a lot of photos to show that, and the burden of proof is on you. So I don't know that I would be comfortable voting to demolish this garage. I don't know what any other commissioners think.
If that's some evidence.
Yeah, there's just really not a lot of documentation to support that claim. And, it may be perfectly true. We need something to kind of hang our hat on to help us help convince us and for the record that it is ready for demolition.
Continue?
So I think we need to continue this application for that reason.
Okay.
You'll want to submit photographic documentation to Angela supporting your contention that it's in a state that requires demolition.
Structural survey, we can do that, we can do that.
Yeah, okay. Angela, is it everything due by Tuesday for the October meeting, is that right?
For the October meeting, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask, before we do that, is it possible to look at, we too are proposing a 1.5-story, 2-story garage, and listening to applicant 2's situation, is it possible to address that before, because we only have 2
Honestly, we can look at that, but
Is that a moot point?
if we're not going to tear down the garage, then it doesn't matter. That's my initial thought. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
I agree.
Okay.
That's fair.
Though I would suggest that you take note to the specific findings that were in the staff recommendations because they specifically continued each item separately, and so they have specific findings related to the new garage construction you might want to start with looking at.
Very good.
Okay, so I move to continue it.
Sure.
I just want to make sure.
If you would go ahead and state your name and all that.
Just because it's a property line issue, that it's really important to us to get ourselves on record. We don't have any other issues except that. That we did do a survey, and we do know where the pins are. And we do know that it's off, and we made copies for you guys so it can be part of the record, just so it's part of the record that I said I'm not comfortable with property lines where they are right now, since they're going way into my yard and into my house. So yeah.
And you are?
There you go. I'm on Victoria New, and I am right next door, and that's all I have to.
And the survey was commissioned by?
Ray Prescott. We also have the one that was given to us when we purchased the house, and we have one that we thought about doing this, adding on and coming before all y'all, but then we changed our mind, remodeled the inside. So we had a survey done in 2015 by Ray Prescott Surveying. I have the whole survey, but I just made a small copy of the area we're speaking of for you guys. And we know where the pins are. We actually had it flagged. The flags are gone now, so they were up in 2015.
So does the applicant have this information?
And we are more than happy to share that. And we've talked to Paul about that. He's more than happy. We're more than happy to provide our survey to him.
This is a mortgage
survey. Right, that one. And then the other one's just a small, because the actual
survey by Ray Prescott.
The whole surface of the block and everything. So we just gave you
piece of it. Okay.
The area
right.
where he made his notes and showed the pins.
Well, that's good information. Don't lose it.
And everything. So that was our only objection. Okay. We just didn't want to acquiesce in a setting as this and say, that's fine. When the actual pin, if you see that dirt, that grass that's kind of brown, the pin is somewhere around there. Okay. We found the original pins all the way back to the corner. So we think the garage sits maybe a foot off of our property line, maybe less.
Yeah, a full survey would show all the encroachments on the property. So.
Yeah, we just kind of saw that and we're like, wait a minute. Yeah. That's not right.
So maybe you'll want to share that with the applicants?
Yeah.
Yes, and we've spoken. It's just, having worked for lawyers my whole life, I need to make sure I have things on record.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you. I'd like to change my motion. The applicant would like to continue to the November 1 meeting instead of the October 4th.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
That's been moved by Neil Clemens, second by Suzanne Broadbent. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. You're continued. Thank you. Next item. It's a thick one. Okay.
HPCA-17-00115 for 509 Northwest 16th Street. This is the replacement of 3 historic windows that are damaged, the replacement of 3 aluminum windows, the replacement of the driveway, installation of a gate at the driveway, removal of the enclosed porches at the back of the property, construction of a 2-story rear addition in their place, removal of the garage, construction of a new garage, removal of the steps at the west side of the porch, and removal of the exterior carpet on the front porch and painting of that concrete.
Okay.
And Ms. Ursula is here today.
And you are?
I'm Ursula Bradshaw, the homeowner.
Okay. Did you sign in?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Okay.
How wide is the house?
It's 20 feet.
It's rather uncommon, isn't it? Kind of a narrow, very narrow width.
Yeah, it looks like something that would be in Philadelphia in the suburbs.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Adorable.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak on this outside Ursula?
I don't think so.
Unless anyone has any questions, I'm ready to make a motion. No. All right. I move to approve HPCA 17-00115 with the, and I've lost my, with the specific findings and the unique circumstances that are listed in the staff report.
Second.
Moved by Neela Clemens, seconded by Jeff Parks. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That was quick.
Great.
You're approved.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next item.
HPCA-17-00123 for the property at 733 Northwest 22nd Street. And this is an application for basically a kitchen remodel that will require the removal of 2 original windows, removal of 2 non-historic windows, infill with matching wood siding, replacement of 1 non-historic window with a new window, demolition of an existing addition at the rear, and construction of a new addition. This is a corner lot, and the property is owned by Mr. Roy Long.
Okay, is the applicant present? Doesn't look like it. I got tired of waiting. Okay.
Staff had recommended approval on item 2 and 3 and 5, but you actually recommended a denial on item number 1 for removing the historic windows.
That's accurate.
Yes, and did the applicant have any response to that proposed
I
denial?
have not spoken with the applicant about that.
Okay.
Since that's probably something that needs to be discussed, I'd go ahead and make a motion to continue if the applicant isn't here today.
Shall we continue the whole thing, or?
Doesn't the applicant get a copy of this?
Yes.
They do. They have a continuance.
Okay. right.
The Postal
They have-
Service is not as reliable as I would like it to be, just to jump right over that.
The what?
Postal Service.
Oh, Postal Service. Yeah, I would give them an opportunity to come again. I'd make a motion to continue HPCA 17-00123 to the November 1st meeting.
To what meeting?
November 1st.
November 1st. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, who wants it? Moved by Joe Meacham, a second by Suzanne Broadbent. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, continued. All right, next case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay. All right.
This is HPCA-17-00125 for the property located at 806 Northwest 20th. This is a proposal to remove a concrete slab in the back, construct a new garage, construct a driveway, construct a retaining wall at the rear yard and the driveway, construct railings on the front porch, and install screens on the balcony at the rear porch. Greg McAllister is here for Jacqueline Arnold.
Okay. You need to state your name for the...
Greg McAllister. She stated it for me. So. I am the actual Greg McAllister.
Okay.
Would you like to respond to the comments by staff on items 2 through 6?
Sure. The first one, it's gable just like the house. It's siding just like the house with trim. So I'm not sure what else needs to be more consistent than that.
Staff agrees that it is consistent with the primary structure.
Like,
yeah, good.
Seems to be consistent to me. There is no accessory railing and sidewalk to the proposed garage from the house. There's just what's shown on the site plan, the stoop there. Inadequate. This is a lot that is next to a corner lot, so it's the garage. It's got the little side street house with the cottage, so it's a 50-foot lot at the front, but then it's just a 20-foot, 5-foot wide lot at the back. So that's where it's saying the inadequate space, which code just, there's been quite a few cases here. There is no 5-foot minimum setback from a property line. In HP, there is no setback period. You can go to the property line. You just have to meet code with those requirements, like the fire code. If you're less than 3, you have to do certain things and so forth, and the number of openings. So all these people that are thinking they have to shift them over, I guess they're getting that news. I don't know where they're getting that, but so in this case,
that's a fire code issue.
Right, it's a code issue. You just have to you have to put fireproof materials and number of windows are what's changed as you get closer to it. Not you can't do it.
Correct.
So like in this case, it's 25-foot wide. If we wanted to build a 25-foot wide garage with no overhang, there's from a code standpoint, there's nothing that says we can't do that.
From a zoning standpoint.
Right.
Yeah. It's always an issue.
So-
Okay, so the staff's recommending continue. Okay. You were going down the list? I'm sorry, I was jumping ahead.
So that was the third one. The fourth one, yes, we're 480 square feet, and that's something that if we need to stick to 450, we can make it shallower if that's required. The details of the proposed driveway paving must be submitted. It's concrete. It's labeled on the
You'll
site.
need to meet the requirements of that subchapter
Okay.
for the color and finish of
Okay.
paving.
What's number 6? Meeting the criteria in section
It's
2.
referencing number 5.
Okay. The only this particular alley, the only reason for the retaining wall is it's a gravel alley, first of all, and it's 30 inches above their backyard. And so all of them are kind of built up, and then it slopes back towards the house. So it is, like right now, there's gravel, glass, a variety of, anything in the alley just washes out in their particular yard because it's just gravel. So it's holding a garage to your drive, or at least holding the driveway up. But if you hold the driveway up, then you're either going to dip back down 2 feet to a garage, or hold the garage up. And then versus seeing a tall stem wall, we just propose to do a brick retaining wall similar to a foundation on a house to come back down to the yard, the grade of the yard.
I think in the past, we've required a elevation when retaining walls are involved of the property from, if I get what you're saying, from the alley, showing a section so that we see the, if that's what you're saying, the difference in the height of the property where the garage is going to be and the height of the...
It's on what page? Page 6 of 35 on an elevation view there. You have the...
Not just an elevation of the building, but an elevation of the property.
Change the topography.
The topography to
and
show.
Perhaps a comparison to your other garages along that area.
Right. So that we could see the height of the alley and then the height of the where it's going. That would be, I think, required to justify the building of the retaining wall.
I guess I'm confused. So if I added a line that showed that, on that drawing that showed that that's the alley height, that's what we need to...
I mean, it would need to be
an
accurate section of the topography from the alley to the front of the property, showing the elevation, so that we could see why. So there'd be justification for adding the retaining wall. Is that correct? I mean, we've had that's what we've done before with like driveways that had elevations and retaining walls that were attached or whatever, so that we could see.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of an 18-inch wall in the backyard if we've required that.
I mean, we've had driveways in the front where, we had a line drawn so we could see why we needed the retaining wall.
You mean like the profile of the grade?
The profile of the property.
Yeah.
That's all.
So the side view, basically, showing the profile.
A section through the, I don't know, to me, then that gives reason for the retaining wall.
Greg, does that wall, does it turn back toward the alley to kind of, what happens to the ends of the wall?
So currently there is no existing structure to the west, and so it just slopes back down. There's a structure in their yards up higher to the east, and so it really just helps meet grade. So on that end, and then it would fall off on the south end, or on the west end. So it was just we were going to take it property line to property line. It's one of those until you like.
What happens on the other side of the wall? That's what I'm saying. It's hard to. I mean, is the foundation when you're standing on the side of so. You're showing the elevation of the side of the garage. So
what's missing is showing the grade along the side of the garage.
The grade, and how much of the foundation do you see of that garage, and then what happens on either side? Is it like a big platform?
I think it goes across, hits the wall, and there's a grade change. And I guess it would grade out from there. But
so
I'm trying to figure out how you could show it. But
right. So if I guess what I'm trying to understand on a retaining wall, or like if I want to do a raised bed in my backyard, then I don't need the wall, right? But I want to do a raised bed. Is that something we'd come before y'all to get approved?
No,
quite possibly. It depends on the circumstances of the landscape.
I mean,
bed.
we do have a water. There is guidelines for where water is going to go and so forth. But I mean. What you're showing here is when you see the elevation of the house, and where's the steps in the front? That's what I'm seeing. I'm just saying that I'm not seeing the whole picture there because...
If the side view, would just show the wall.
The side view...
And the steps coming down.
Coming down, and then is it a big I mean, is the dirt built up all the way, the retaining wall is wider than the garage, so, or is that is that just the foundation with brick on it?
Look at the site plan, it shows a retaining wall out at 4 feet from the front of the garage. So it creates a pad for the garage.
Right, that's why I thought, right, so what happens, so is that a big platform? That's what I'm saying, I just don't understand what you're...
Probably wouldn't even have to have a retaining wall. But
Yeah, and I don't think the retaining wall isn't necessarily like, and I could ask the owner here as well, but like, I don't think it's desired to do a retaining wall from the standpoint of,
Right.
Let's just do a retaining wall, we want the retaining wall. It's dealing with the grade and the fact that it's a gravel alley and
Right.
you're getting washout and
Right.
you get trash in your yard. So it's more of like, how can I keep this from happening? So I don't think a retaining wall helps deal with the 30-inch
Right.
grade
I'm not
change.
saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying we just need a picture. Okay, so you
Okay.
turn into the alley, it's flat. So you've raised the back of the garage. The foundation of the garage is now on the same level as the alley. Is that correct?
more or less. But
So then when you
drops.
come to the
Yeah,
front of the
still
garage,
drops.
you're up on a hill and you have to walk down steps into the yard.
Yeah.
But what happens on either side of the garage? Is the foundation, do you see, is the foundation has to be raised? What's the height of the foundation at the front of the garage versus at the back of the garage?
well, foundation's level with the
It's just
driveway.
level, and then there's a cut, and then the,
You need a 3D view for us.
something.
No, really, I think you could do a pad and then slope it away from the garage and have steps down and on
But what does it do to the
grade.
neighbors?
What?
I mean, on either side, is it gradually going down into the neighbors?
That is kind of wondering what happens on the property line, because it's pretty close. It's 30 inches high, and it's 2'6" from the property line. How do you deal with that, Greg?
Right, and like I'm saying, on the west side, their grade is higher already. So
It
we're
is.
coming up to their grade, basically. Like, we're the low one now.
I see, so it's going to come up to
Closest.
their grade.
Right, so it's going
More or
to
less.
meet their grade, come closer to meeting their grade. The one on that's the one on the east. The one on the west does drop off, so you're sloping, that side there, you're having a steeper slope, sloping it back off, because it's either that or like I said, you got to raise that whole fence and come to the property line and run a wall all the way back there, which isn't necessary.
Right, okay, and that's what I was trying to understand.
So you
If
have
the
a
wall is gonna
30-inch.
turn back, but it's not. The fences stay where they are. The property on one side is already higher anyway,
Right.
so you're going to come down, make your flat slab, and then flat under the garage, and then slope down at the fence.
Yeah, and on the front versus looking at a concrete stem wall of a garage.
Right.
Look at a brick
Yeah.
retaining wall is what the
Yeah.
thought was.
I think you could do it without even having a retaining wall, if that's the issue, but...
Right,
I just think that there
there's
needs to be some cut throughs so that when the person gets there to inspect, right now it's just kind of floating out there. It's hard to say where it's going to be, what it's going to look like.
It's
So side view,
documented in plan view. I can, if we
In
can
plan view.
attempt to produce more documentation, but that's, if that's what y'all need.
So, Joe, would you like to see the side view of the garage, show the retaining wall and the steps from the side? And the
Right,
grade?
Because I'm wondering what's going to happen on either side of the garage if it's raised up there. At one point, there's going to be a sharp corner or something.
I
Unless,
think I know what's going
or
on.
maybe pictures I don't know. I just
Some more detail.
wonder
on
if when you get there and you start to do, foundation work, then it changes. So I think it just needs to be a clearer picture so that when you get there and you're into it, which happens, then you can come back and submit, we have to do this or that. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not clear.
Well, maybe a thought might be, what if we continued the retaining wall So then we would actually, I agree with you from that standpoint. It is hard to say exactly how all the grades will work out. And so if we build the garage, then we could come back and get approval for the retaining wall. If we do a continuance, we'll have had it built by the time we haven't had a continuance set yet, and we could continue that item. I don't think the retaining wall, like Alan was saying, is not, the garage is a separate item and can be built whether we do a retaining wall or not. And we can produce that.
If you think it's okay, Alan.
Well, I think I understand it. The only concern is the grade along the right side. Is that the east?
The west side is the one that will drop off. The east side is the one that's closer to grade. There's a garage about 5 feet off their property line.
Is there any retaining wall along that property line or anything? Or
in there, see, it's interesting because their lot faces Chartel, and so it's going in it's like I said, the way that all the yards are, it's cut up because it's got divided up. And so that garage is actually not for the house next door to them, but it's for a carriage lot that's off of Chartel. And so that lot faces east, where theirs faces, or the one we're talking about, faces north. And
do any of these photographs show that property line situation?
That one more or less did the previous photo. The white fence, that house, the structure that you see there is facing east, Chartel. And then the next photo that you had up there is now facing north, which is which way their house is facing. And so you can kind of see how the fence drops there on the left. Like that's where they kind of held the grade up somewhat. And then eventually you can see the fence drops off. Somewhere in there's another, I don't know that they did a retaining wall to deal with their slope change. My guess is they didn't.
So typically, if staff were administratively approving the installation of a retaining wall, that retaining wall would be allowed in order to retain an existing slope. And you're indicating that there's no existing slope except at one end. If they did not want to build a garage, they would be wise to propose one along the alleyway because the alleyway is washing out into their backyard. So we're taking that existing condition, building a garage and moving to where the slope is, but we still have a slope to deal with. Okay. So in order to get a CA for your retaining wall, you need actual documentation with dimensions, materials, that sort of thing. But you also need an approval from the commission in order to change the grade at this lot. And it appears that you have an intent to raise this somewhat, at least on one side, in order to construct the garage. Is that accurate?
Not necessarily raising the grade, no. That would not be. That would only be if we do a retaining wall. We could do a garage without raising the grade.
Okay.
Okay, then let me ask, I'm looking at the picture east along the alley, and I'm seeing the driveway is going down to the pad. There's an existing parking pad. So how far off of the parking pad, how far above the parking pad would the garage be? It would be level with that? Because you can see in this picture it's sloping because you're saying things are washing into the yard. Are you bringing up the level, the bottom of the garage to be level with the alley?
Pour a foundation, and we would try to make the garage where it's not 2.5 feet below there. It's still going to be downhill, but it's not going to be as much. So it's going in the same location as the previous garage, or same vicinity. There's now a pad there, but and so there'll be more stem wall exposed if there's not a retaining wall.
Right. So that was what I guess I was asking for, what your belief of the stem wall is going to be on the elevation. Anyway, whatever y'all want to do.
Go on to number 9 here, I guess. No evidence of a historic condition of front porch railing has been discovered, which is true. It's more of a safety concern, small children, drop off. So wanting to put a railing. And the specific designs and details of the front porch railing were based on other ones in the neighborhood with the same.
Are the existing railings on the back of the porch upstairs original?
I don't know. I would
There's
guess.
actually a CA for replacement of those at some point, I believe.
There's what?
I believe we had a previous CA for replacement of those.
They're identical, what you're proposing, isn't it? Or it looks like on the drawings?
It's close to those, but that's not what we based it off of. There's a few on the street that seem pretty typical throughout the neighborhood that we based the design on. So once again, that's if there's something else that we would, like a different porch, it's just, one, can we do a porch railing? If the answer is no, there's no point in changing the current one that we're proposing.
How far is the drop-off from the porch to the yard?
It's, I think it's about 27 inches is what it is. So it's, per code, it's, you're on that fuzzy line. It used, like, if you have so many steps, like now, based on the number of rises, you would have to put railing on that. But based on the height of the porch, you wouldn't have to. So it's, yeah, it's one of those,
So I don't know, maybe not. I could probably be talked either way on it, but I think the design you proposed, it's 2x4s, right?
Part of it is, yes.
It looks like the vertical pickets are 2x4.
Yes, and whether it's a 2x4 or a 1x4 doesn't matter much from a standpoint. I noticed that there are many of them that were actual 2x4s, not 1x4s. And I was actually surprised by it myself, so we just did it because it's what was in there. So like, there's no particulars on like we really are holding hard. Do we need to use 2x4s? So if it's like, no, you should do this or this, that's
because a 4-inch exposure seems like a lot. That's pretty chunky.
Like the gap
facing out toward
They're
showing it with a 4-inch solid, 4-inch void, 4-inch solid, 4-inch void. Which
there's quite a few though. I was
heavy.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Like there's very few that are 2-story porches that have the railing, and so that's what we kind of looked at some of the other 2-story ones, and that's why I don't know if that's helping with the height issue by doing that, or if it really even matters. So
The 4-inch board, 4-inch spacing on this house, I don't know. So that doesn't really jump out at me that much. Are you satisfied with the
railing?
Well, the railing, and I'm thinking about the garage. Or have we finished the list?
Well, the screen porch is the other thing.
The screen porch. Okay, so that's just a screen behind the existing railing on the balcony?
Right. It's taking the existing railing, and on the drawing we showed to break it up so it's not one giant screen above the railing that we show. Look on page 10 of 35.
Okay.
We show those new posts where we're putting a 4x4 post on top of the railing.
Oh, it's on top of the railing.
Yes, to basically so that's not one giant screen. So
where's the screen? I guess I don't understand.
Well, it's just screening that whole porch in. So the lower part would have to be screened, like the existing railing would be screened, as well as the 3 sections above. So it's fully enclosed on 3 sides. So it only has that one side of exposure.
Yeah, I don't see a problem. Okay, on number 2, you hesitated there. Is there railing that would go with the steps of the
retaining wall?
Retaining wall, if you did one. I mean,
there are steps shown, and so there would be, but there's not enough steps that would require a railing. So therefore, there is no.
So that would be no railing, but you do need approval for the sidewalk. Is it fully described, Angela, or not?
Sidewalk.
The sidewalk from the house to the garage.
It's the same thing as the driveway. It's not described in that it's not, like, we didn't put, like, concrete finish or anything like that.
When we look at the drawings that we have very, very limited information as far as the screening on the back porch. We know there's 2 posts.
Okay.
And we know that there's some screen. We have no design components related to this and no dimensions related to that. When we talk about the railing for the front porch, we have a general idea of what it's going to look like and know that it is composed of 2x4s. We also know, just from looking at the drawing, that there's some sort of design detail below the top 2x4 that forms the railing. And you can't quite tell if it comes all the way to the floor. So where the design components of this front porch railing are concerned, I don't believe that I have adequate documentation based on what I typically ask an applicant for. When it comes to the garage, and I look at each individual elevation drawing, I believe that the same can be said for that. I do know how tall the garage is. I don't know how tall the garage is in comparison to existing garages on that alleyway. I also am not certain how it sits on this site as far as the topography is concerned. When you add in the retaining wall that goes with that, again, I'm very, very limited on documentation. I've got no information on the roof. I know I have cementitious siding and it's 5 inches. I don't know what our profile is on that. I know nothing about our trim work. I have limited information on the doors as well, although I do think I have some.
So you're recommending we continue so they can
We've submitted
provide the rest
multiple-
of the information, and you've heard our comments.
Sounds
so-
like,
We've got good information on the windows for what it is, but some choices need to be made there.
would you like to continue this?
I have submitted everything that we always submit. She has more documentation than it's in here, like the window details are in here, the garage door details, the roof's in here. For the garage part, I don't know what else there is to produce. The retaining wall, we have some concerns, and the porch railing detail. And for that matter, if you want to say the screen, since I realized I sent her the screen specs and the post specs. She had asked for those, and I sent those to her.
Okay.
But it was after she produced this packet, so it's not.
I'm looking at page 15 of 35, and it says hardy plank, but I don't, and you had 5 inches, and then there's some circling on there. There's choices of a 5.25, then
Well, 6 1/4 cementous siding spec is a 5-inch exposure, which is what's shown on the plans, shows 5-inch
Okay.
exposure. So 6 1/4 is 5-inch exposure.
Okay.
7 1/4 would be 6-inch exposure.
Okay,
and
but
so-
on mine, both are circled.
Yeah, one's scribbled out and then 6 1/4 is circled. So
Okay, I see that.
the next line down, I think, is the actual exposure.
Okay.
Which they don't really, doesn't come through clean on the scanned copy here.
Is the 3.5 your trim?
Yes.
And and the next page has 3.5. Is the trim.
Did you say roofing? Is roofing missing?
The what?
I don't know if
Roofing?
the shingle, it was, that was page 21, but I don't know if I might have misheard heard Angela on that.
21 is,
Architectural grade.
does that fully describe it, the Pro-Lam?
That is consistent with what the guidelines require, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's picked.
And my, back to the retaining wall issue, I think we would know more of what grading issues we're dealing with if we did build the garage and then came back if the retaining wall was necessary. If it's not necessary, then we don't even bring that back. We would just withdraw that and do that. But I think continuing it for now makes sense to see if it's even an issue.
Is there going to be a sidewalk all the way, or is that already concrete? Is there a sidewalk all the way from the garage to the house?
No, and there's not one proposed. We would just do, looking at the site plan, we would just, the way it is now, there's basically the stoop as you walk out the pedestrian door, and then there's a retaining wall with the steps required down. So the stoop is what would, is where that would
Just
end.
be walking through the grass.
Yes, which is what they currently do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd only do the
exterior-
retaining wall and the steps if required by the grading?
Right.
That's just what you're proposing?
Is there any exterior lighting? Yes. Did you, I don't see it on the drawing. I mean, I see the one you've selected
It's shown in plan, not on elevation.
in plan. Okay. So that's the garage. Okay.
Okay.
Do we need more documentation on the railing and the screen?
I didn't see anything on the screens in here, material-wise.
The what?
That's what, I think I submitted that to her after the packet. I realized that she didn't have it, and so it's not in the packet. The screen, the actual screen is not in the packet that we'd be using for the screening in that.
Can we have staff approve that?
It's fine with me, if you're asking.
Yeah. I'm just asking.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any?
I have one comment on that back railing that Jeff and I were talking about. The posts on the front railing, the post goes to the deck, and then the slats are next to the post. Those posts that are shown, there's no size or anything, but it seems kind of odd sitting on top of the railing, the post. It seems like maybe the post should go down to the deck, and then the railing between the posts. Does that make sense?
The post goes down to the concrete slab.
They do?
Yeah.
So they're behind the railing.
We're talking about the back.
On the back porch, right?
Oh, the screening porch?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Say that again now, then.
Well, it just looks kind of odd, the post sitting on top of the railing.
It's a 6-inch, like it's a 2x6 on top of there. And so it's something, I mean, to break up so that's not one large screen. So 4-inch wide material is what we propose. We could do 2-inch, 3-inch. It doesn't have to be the 4x4. That just gives enough meat to put a screen in between versus.
I guess I don't understand how that works, so I'd like to see more information on that personally, but I understand that you probably got to figure it out, but.
And what about the size of the garage?
I was just going to ask if we had discussed the size of the proposed garage while I was out of the room. I note that it's in excess of 450 square feet as well as in excess of 5% of the existing and historic lot size. Did we discuss that while I was out?
He suggested that they would be willing to go to the 450.
Thanks.
I believe it's just right at 30 square feet over. Rather than an extensive size.
It's 20 by 24 right now.
Yeah, it's 480. So
480.
we just brought it back 1.5 feet.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try to make a motion. Let's see. I make a motion to, we'll just go with item 1 first. Approve HPCA 17-00125, item 1, with the specific findings noted by staff in the staff report.
For item 1.
Item 1.
Yes.
Give me, include,
No, go ahead.
just approve that, and then I'll make a long motion
And we'll get to
on
the next one.
rest
All
of
right,
that
sounds good.
stuff.
Yes, I'll second that.
Which one did you just? What was
Item
that?
one.
Just
Just item 1?
Just item 1.
All right. So it's been moved by Joe Meacham, second by Jeff Parks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. You got one.
2, 3. Okay. To approve HPCA 17-00125, items 2 and 3, to construct the garage and the driveway with the following conditions: that the square footage is reduced from 480 to 450, and that details of the paving be submitted to staff. Okay.
And a site plan that describes that?
I'm sorry?
And a site plan that describes the change in the size to that?
Right, and yes, including corrected drawings to show the size of the garage.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, and second by Jeff Parks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 2 more down.
Okay, I make a motion to continue items 4, 5, and 6. The retaining wall, the railing on the front, and installing the screens to allow the applicant to submit additional detailed drawings to staff. Question is, are there things that could be approved if he submits that additional information to staff without it coming back?
5 cannot.
But, no.
5 cannot, without
Five
being
can-
documented
I'm
as
sorry.
historic.
5 cannot,
No, ma'am.
but 6 could?
6 could, yes.
Let me, 6, does that include the railing too?
No, the railing's already there.
Oh, it's
6
there.
is just
I'm sorry.
adding screens with, and like I said, we're just adding enough.
Unless you're
more
comfortable with what he
trim
submitted
to-
already. Didn't sound like it. You
So-
wanted more detail on the back screen?
Well, I was thinking, I don't know, I didn't read it right. I was thinking the railing was new too, also I didn't understand it, but it's existing,
Yes.
so I'm good.
So what?
I'm okay.
Oh, you're okay. Yeah, that's it, on the picture. Okay. Let's see, because I just said I would continue that. Okay, so I'm just going to continue the retaining wall and the railing on the front porch.
4 and 5.
4 and 5,
Okay. To what meeting?
to the November 1st.
November 1st?
Yeah, that would be.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, second by Jeff Parks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 4, 5 are continued.
Okay,
And
so yeah.
then
So I have one more. I'm going to go back and
approve.
move to approve HPCA 17-00125, item number 6.
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham and second by Heather Clemmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's approved.
So did that one need additional information or not on 6?
No.
Okay, we're
I
good on
was I
6.
misunderstood, so just
Okay.
4 and 5. Additional information.
So if you need the retaining wall, you can come back with a plan for that.
Right, and then come back for the railing no matter what.
More de-
Which on the railing, that was this, as long as that, there's no historical findings, just making sure that from a safety concern that that is something that can be approved is what I still not clear on. Yes.
I think just if you're, I think when you say you've looked at the neighborhood, then maybe bring those those photographs in to show.
No, I'm saying a railing, period, no matter what.
Sorry?
What the railing looks like, that is something that y'all are,
A railing where none existed previously.
Right.
As far as we know.
I'm
But
sorry, what?
he's wanting to know if we would consider a railing at that place at all, where one never existed before.
Oh, okay.
And we, I think, we have considered that.
Right.
Depending on the elevation change, help us understand how far the drop-off is and what the, kind of the parameters are.
I know
with
we've
that.
approved new railings.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
I mean, it's close enough. I mean, that was what I thought I heard
Yeah,
y'all saying,
yeah.
that it was close enough in height that we needed it as a safety issue.
To that breaking point that really is a safety thing.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that was,
Yep.
I was clear on that, so we
You weren't wasting your
wasting
time with,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Turned off our air conditioning, so. Are you going to have to leave? Okay, next item.
HPCA-17-00127 for 2300 Northwest 26th Street. This is Michael Luther. constructing a new house with an attached garage, installing a driveway and sidewalks, installing a fence, and installing driveway gates.
Okay.
I'm actually Josh Kitchen. I'm with McAllister Construction, contractor on this job, so representing the Luthers today.
Okay.
First, I can kind of go through this list here. The first, number one, it's concrete that is proposed for the sidewalks and the driveway, although I think there's just the criteria that it matches or resembles aged paving, and that's not a problem. I think it was just more of the documentation of that. Wasn't maybe clear. Items 2 and 3, page 18. I think the way it was printed, it looks like they are the front door is a wood door. It's a fir door, 2-panel fir door. Actually, the picture is on the following page under exterior doors, page looks like 19. There's the picture of the front door. Looks like it just didn't get printed on 18. So I believe that is showing an appropriate door to the front. The garage door, the manufacturer didn't have and we could probably, if you're looking for like a pencil drawing, it's that exact door. It's just going to be a 12-light square garage door, which is also on page 18. Again, it looks like the actual language is printed on page 17 before that. 16 by 7, 12-light square windows. Item number 4, garage setback should be similar to others that face the side street. The architect actually did draw it to where it's similar to the abutting corner lot directly behind, which I think the comment was parking would be in the right-of-way on a corner lot. Driving through the neighborhood, I don't know if that's just a historic thing. Garages maybe weren't pushed as far back on corner lots, but it's kind of a modern code versus what's historically there. A lot of times the side garages were pushed up closer to the property line. They weren't set back to where if you park in the driveway, you would be.
So I hate to interrupt you. I'm getting ready to have to leave the meeting, but I do want to make a few comments that kind of speak to some of that, especially the garage that does project to the street. I think the 26th Street facade of the house, it's starting to get in the Shepherd vocabulary. That kind of makes some sense. But overall, the house is very narrow and very deep. Whereas you look at the Sanborn maps, the aerial photographs, typically a Shepherd house is almost square, really, in footprint, and is actually quite a bit wider than the house that you've proposed at this site. And I think that is throwing off a little bit of the proportion of this house to the other houses around it to help it, on that, like I said, that 26th Street side, it sort of fits in, but then when you turn the corner to the Youngs Boulevard side, it's this really long, drawn-out house that's so deep that it actually goes back all the way and engages the garage, and it makes for an attached garage. And I think that, that narrow house and extra depth and then pushing the garage out toward Young's aren't really helping.
If you go the house directly across the street, if you go back one there, it's very similar in depth as that house there we're looking at here. And this is the house it faces. It seems very similar. The only difference is the garage is detached, which I don't know if that's...
Yeah, and actually that house is on a double lot, and it is more in the typical width of a Shepherd, 40-ish foot wide.
Double depth or double width?
It's a double width lot. So they've got an extra side yard, and the house is more sized. With the street frontage, it's more comparable to other houses in the neighborhood. So I would, I don't know what the rest of the commission is going to say. I would suggest, like I said, I have to leave, that you study the width to depth proportion of the house. I think an engaged garage is going to be difficult for me to feel is appropriate for this type of house in Shepherd. A lot of the houses that have an engaged garage were built, an attached garage engaged to the house.
Yeah, right.
Are the ones on 29th and 25th that were built later that are usually a two-story house. Another item, the house seems to be sitting fairly low. A lot of times you'll see it sit up a bit higher on more of a steps up to the front porch, front foundation.
Like
right now it looks like there's about one step up to the front porch, which is not very typical. And again, it's not asking you to copy a house that's in Shepherd. That's not what we're looking for. But there are those height to width to depth, and the amount that it sits up off the ground. Those sorts of things are the sort of things that help it fit into the language of the neighborhood. And I think those are things that you should really kind of look at. Also, what size of brick are you planning to use?
King size.
Well, and that would be also very atypical, and I think something that really throws off the scale of the house. That really a modular brick would be far more appropriate in keeping with the scale, especially for a house that's on the corner, where the scale of that is very important.
Is the depth of the house more, your eyes going more because of the fact of the customers requesting an attached garage? Does that make it look wider if it was detached? I guess that's the question is it looking at that side view, is it because it's attached it makes the expanse, but if it was detached,
I think that would help.
Would it be
I think that would help it
more
not
acceptable?
feel so long and rambling, on the side street.
Is there any circumstances where like a covered breezeway connecting the two, or is that like connecting a attached or detached garage in a house?
I think there are different ways to do it. I think we have thought about, we've looked at that on some other houses, I believe. I would not be opposed to that, depending on, again, where it sits and how it addresses the street or doesn't address the street.
So the roof line wouldn't just continue. There'd
Right.
be some sort of break.
But that's, yeah. But really, I don't know if that helps, though, your concern of, does it still look?
Right, depending on where if that breezeway is sitting not out toward the street, if it's sitting back on the lot, and there is some relief in that face.
Is there any sort of setback on the side yard for?
No.
HP, I guess it's.
No, there is no side yard setback.
Just the
And in
25
fact,
foot
part
building
of the issue for the depth is that you've held the house off that side yard a good 10-plus feet. And I think if that's making the house overly narrow, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So, again, I'm sorry I have to leave. Those are my comments, and I'm going to throw out those little bombshells and then let the rest of the commission kind of chat. But I have someplace else I have to be. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, guys. So,
We'll let you know how it goes.
I would continue Greg's conversation in that I think this is to me, it's an unusual situation in that it's probably going to be, it could possibly be the only new house built in Shepherd. And so I think there's a lot of directions that you could take, but I think Greg made some good points. I would say the first one, and we even approved one not too long ago with a little bit of a step, and if you drive by it today, it still looks short, and it's one of the things that just makes it look out of place.
Yeah, that's a easy.
And I think that what we're trying to prevent, we don't want, I don't think that the guidelines are saying copy a house and make it look exactly like it, because one of the first houses that was built in Mesta Park is extremely contemporary, and it passed because it followed the guidelines. It didn't copy what was around it, whether people like that house or not.
Right. And this being only a 47-foot wide lot, you can only have so much.
Right. But
looking at it, you can.
I think my comments would be similar to what we've asked of other people that were building new construction, which is, similar, a similar rhythm, and also it has that suburban look where you have that attached garage in this way. That presents.
As far as on the front, on the front facade, yeah, I appreciate that. Is it maybe doing like a double gable on the front? We kind of approach the architect there. I mean, is that what is mentioned there? Like, he just said it really, the front elevation didn't quite fit in. I'm just wanting to make a note of what he's, what's the vibe there? Is it more of the swoop's not appropriate for the that Tudor style, maybe doing more of a double gable?
To me, the front is not
Right, I don't,
an issue. It's things we've talked about. There's design principles besides our guidelines that kind of fit in, you know, a raised floor.
Right.
To me, it's like at least 2 steps. And then the detached garage, which Jeff proposed maybe, or you did, maybe a lower breezeway might give the appearance of a detached garage still. So there's some of those type of things.
is there a porch on here?
The front porch?
It's hard,
Oh, yeah, it's a large front porch, actually.
I guess it's, oh, okay, I see, it's hard to.
Yeah, it's a large, I mean,
that
it's
would-
comparable in size.
For
to us.
example, I mean, so now that, okay, I'm looking at the floor plan. When you look at it from the side and you're looking for a porch, you see that flat facade of brick. Whereas almost in all porches in this style of house, no matter where you look, you see a window. So, you know, when you look on your floor plan, you don't have a window in that front bedroom that goes out on the porch like most houses in that neighborhood. So when you look this way, then you have that wall that has more of that suburban appearance where you walk up to the front door and there's this big flat wall of brick. So I'm just saying those are the kind of pieces of the design that I think that
Typically,
could
this
be
vintage
looked
house
at.
had a lot more window openings than say,
Right,
a
I did
suburban
count the
house.
windows,
Right.
and that would be the other, is that, you know, you have about 2/3 less windows on the whole house than other houses in the neighborhood. 2/3 less. You know, if you count your windows, if you count your windows.
What is the number? Like, what's the number of windows we need to have?
I counted like a couple of houses, including my own, which is smaller than this, and came out, you know, about 10 windows less on your house.
How many square feet is this house?
1,700.
Right. So your house is 350 square feet bigger than
How many
one
windows?
I have.
How
and
many windows and doors are in this?
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's off the top of your head. Because I know my house, it's
18 windows?
1,800 square feet, it had 29 doors
Right.
and windows. So
Yeah.
it was for natural ventilation in the day, but
Right.
It does change the portion of the wall
Right.
to opening.
Like when you look on the west elevation, the same thing. You look back in the last room and there's no windows on the west side. Well, when you look on that elevation,
To the
you know,
street-facing side?
it looks, you know, when you're looking on the outside elevation, you only have 3 windows and a door when you're looking, you know, on the west side of west elevation, which is one area where that's many, many less than usual. So you're going to have just this huge expanse of brick. Those are the things I think that you can look at. I'm not really sure on
I think the client, I mean, they're more concerned of the public-facing side. I mean, anything that faces Young's and 26,
Right.
making sure. And, you know, everything that faces west is secondary bedrooms.
Right, but we don't, I mean, we've looked at other new construction, and we've had the same comments on both sides. Doesn't matter if it faces the street or the neighbor.
So is there
Had those comments.
if we add we saying add 4 windows?
I'm saying that the guidelines suggest that you use similar fenestration, you know, similar amounts of openings into, you know, it could be completely contemporary, but we'd still want, you know, it to have more windows, because that would make it more in line with the other, you know, other properties in the neighborhood.
You have 3 bedrooms and a bathroom there.
Different districts with different styles of houses have different wall-to-window ratios.
So what's the wall-to-window ratio in
I
Shepherd?
mean, I just think you have to go look in your neighborhood and
think you have to
count,
look.
and just,
Okay.
I think once, you know, you take a look at some of that, you'll see, well, in order to, we're not trying to get you to copy, but we don't want a lot of houses that have lots of windows and doors, and then another house that has big, long expanses of brick.
Yeah, I think the side, what's called the side elevation,
Yeah,
really, there's 3 windows,
3 windows.
you know, and a door. The other side, the Young's elevation is better. Maybe one in the porch, as Joe recommended, into the bedroom. So I think I'll just study that a little bit. Looks like you can do it with
Yeah, you can,
just
I
a few
mean,
more
yeah,
windows.
I guess, yeah, it's kind
And-
of ambiguous.
Right.
I mean, I can add one window per room, two window, I mean, I guess,
I mean, I would just,
That
sometimes I
rhythm's
think it's just,
established on that street already. If you just walk down that street,
right.
you'll get a feel for it.
I think the other is just, take into consideration what the new construction portion of the guideline says, and I think if you use that, then, when you do something, you can justify what you're doing if it follows those guidelines for new construction.
sure.
And like I was saying, I think you need to think about the sort of design characteristics, like the raised floor, I think at least 2 steps, and interrupting the roof line, maybe with the breeze, so it's not so long as Jeff was talking about. But those are all things you could do.
Sure. The one thing, just to mention, there was a mention here about the height, the finished, or the height of the house compared to the other properties. And I just wanted to kind of clarify, looking at the house directly to the east is 7 feet taller, and the house directly to the west is 11 inches shorter. Is there a number, do we need to lower it 11 inches to get it, to get
This
it?
needs to be an average. The next house over, though, is on a hill and has a retaining wall. You're going uphill to the east and downhill to the west.
We just want to make sure that, if...
I would
it's-
measure
it's-
from the floor, measure the
floor.
house itself, not necessarily across.
From the finished
because-
floor height, right?
Right,
Yeah,
from
like
the
that
finished-
house is 7 feet taller,
See,
which,
because
it's a
going-
two-story though.
Right, it's going up.
And the house directly across the street is 3 feet taller, and it's a
Right.
single story. So we just wanted to make sure that, and there was some language in here that it was too tall,
Right. But
in
still,
our-
it needs to be, you don't want it shorter than the average.
Right,
One
no.
story, that would make it look,
we're actually shorter than most, so I didn't know,
Yeah, I
like,
don't-
we're
I
11
don't-
inches taller than that house right next door. So
I
do
don't
we?
see it being too tall, but the roof is large because it's so long. I think that's the...
and as long as you're measuring
Portions.
from the
Finished floor.
finished
Right.
floor to the peaks of like those street,
Right.
of those houses, then you
Right.
should be good with height because they're all almost exactly
Right.
alike.
Yep.
Okay.
So, are we continuing?
Yeah.
Make a motion.
Floor to, number 9, I just want to clarify, floor-to-floor heights, 9-foot plate, seem, 8 or 9-foot plate seems very common in there. I just want to, is that what, porch heights, 9-foot porch? That does seem,
What does that mean, restrain the height and mass?
right.
I don't know what that means.
When we look at modern building practices and start applying those to bungalow-type structures, we find that if we apply steps to the front of the structure and an elevated stem wall and that sort of thing, and then construct that with normal building practices as we currently see them, we very often find a house with a mass that appears to be quite hulking over abutting houses. And we've seen this with previously constructed new construction, where the mass of the houses was not carefully applied to structures to either side of it before that house was put in place. And so even though the stem walls may be similar in height, simply the appearance of the structure, its mass itself, appears to be much, much larger than those abutting structures to it. And we simply want to make sure that when this is constructed, that there has been careful consideration given to the finished floor heights, the overall height of the structure, the ceiling locations, wall-to-window ratios, applying those types of character-defining features from the neighborhood to the massing of the structure that's being proposed.
And I think what Angela's saying is, the builders are used to doing it different ways, and so the height of the interiors and everything end up, the way they did construction then makes it,
Right, you can't
is a
put
little
10-foot ceilings
different, and
or-
so
yeah.
sometimes you get going and you think, hey, this is what we're after, but maybe due to current construction methods, certain things, I don't know. I do think that, we want to hold you to the heights that you,
Sure.
show on your drawings.
Right.
And we have had problems in that people have gotten things framed or foundations laid, and they were not to what they turned in.
Especially like a raised floor, it's more expensive, more concrete, more fill. So we go out after it's built and it wasn't done that way. It's a slab on grade, which is not.
Right. I did want to bring back up, because the Luthers did want to, they spent a lot of time researching the area of attached garages. There are 65 homes in the neighborhood that have attached garages.
But not this style. If you're going to...
No, there are some that there are Tudor homes in Shepherd Hills that do have attached garages. Three homes
And they're
on
one
corner
story?
lots. One story, yes, ma'am. So I did want to, this is very important to the Luthers, and so we're representing them, and so we wanted a consensus, I guess, like if it's, hey, no way, even though there are 65 homes and there's someone, we don't want to do it. When we continue, we don't want to come back with that,
Right.
Even though it is important to them, so.
I mean, I would comment that the period of significance for, as a historic district, that those dates, that period represents the earlier, that the majority, the dominant number of properties represent that earlier period. I'd have to look at the documentation to see what period was originally nominated as far as making it a National Register district, but I would think that we would be more interested in looking at characteristics that are similar to the earlier portion when the majority of the neighborhood was built, instead of choosing characteristics from housing that was built, after, in the 50s as infill properties. So that's kind of how I see the ones with the garages. They were built later, kind of infilled into the leftover, lots, whereas I think the more distinctive characteristics come from the properties that were built through the 20s and the 30s. And those are the majority. That would be my...
That'd be your thought. Is that kind of the consensus?
I don't know if I understood it all, but...
Shepherd, it's a very interesting, there's a lot of eclectic, there's a lot of interesting, there's mid-century modern, there's siding houses, there's brick houses. Obviously, these pictures, of course, show the homes that we're trying to emulate, but there's just as many
It
that
had
are
a spurt,
different.
I think. It had a spurt. I'd have to
Yeah.
look at the documentation early on, and then apparently there was leftover lots. So it slowly developed, maybe a little through the war. They have some from 1940s, and there was probably some lots still after the war. So those houses around 45, maybe 1945, started using the, floor plans that had that incorporated garage. But it's not that kind of garage. I mean, maybe there are. I'd have to.
Yeah, there's
again. I live
three
there.
homes specifically that more Tudor style that have corner entry attached garages, but we just don't want to keep spinning our wheels if it's just like, hey, there's no way an attached garage, because it's important to them, but obviously they're under the HP's
If there was just a
direction.
visual break between the house and the garage for me, that the Young's elevation between the front element and the garage, just a flat wall. If there was a recess or something, the roof was lowered, so it appeared to be separate, that would help to me, or breezeway, but it just looks kind of monolithic. From
Now,
the
keep
side.
in mind that where breezeways are concerned, we've not been approving those in the past.
Breezeways?
We've approved one recent
We do.
breezeway
I would
on
say
a
that
new
there is-
construction that was completely detached from the house and the garage.
There is actually a house in that neighborhood that has a breezeway that I would have to look at it again. It could possibly be original it's the white brick.
And you're talking about addition to an existing house or a new house?
I was talking about a new house.
A new house, okay. Well, that elevation seems to be very flat, and, you know, that wall between.
The side elevation, not the front, you mean?
Yeah, and I don't know, it seems like you could do something to make at least the appearance of a more detached garage. Looks very monolithic. For me, I'm just one of the group here. I don't know what you guys think about the attached garage.
Right,
I'm looking at you.
I'd prefer to see a detached garage, and I agree with the comments about all the bricks, the lack of windows. I'd like to see you come back with a more appropriate wall-to-window ratio, and I'd like to see something that, either a detached garage or something that breaks up the garage in the house.
Yeah. And more modular brick than king size.
Yeah, modular is, as you know, is
It's a cost thing.
historic.
Sure. It's
size.
3 or 4 times the price. So.
Yeah, I agree with what Ann said.
It's going to be there forever.
And I hadn't said anything because you were making all the points. And also raising the house so that it's more upon a foundation.
No, that's good. Okay.
Okay, so now, are we done with the points?
And please take advantage of staff, because, you know, they have looked at, you know, many new construction projects over the last 4 or 5 years, and I think they have, you know, a lot to offer as far as giving you ideas on what the commission has looked at in the past and important features that have, and you know, that have come up. So I would make a motion to continue HPCA 1700127 to the, would be the November 1st meeting.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Works for us.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Joe Meacham, a second by Ann Zakritz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, case item is continued. Next. 3 more.
HPCA-17-00130 for the property at 508 Northwest 36th Terrace. This is demolition of an existing garage and construction of a new garage and widening that driveway. It's listed as the expansion of a garage, and it's presumed that complete deconstruction is necessary.
I'm Sharon Mears. I'm the owner of 508 Northwest 36th Terrace.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you provided documentation of the overhead doors and the pedestrian door to staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those here?
I originally went with metal, and but I revised my application to state that I would go with wood.
Okay.
I'm using the existing bricks that we're taking off of the garage and to put on the new construction. As you can see, I have some significant problems inside the garage.
Angela, do y'all have that? I'm looking at it. It looks like you
Do I have what?
have it. The documentation on the overhead doors and the pedestrian door.
It appears that we do now.
Okay.
A number of the staff reports have said throughout, at the time of the staff report, we did not have complete documentation.
Thank you. Have you documented the height?
Yes, we did, and the height is to be consistent with the neighbor's garage, and it will be the same height as the neighbor's garage, that first garage that you're looking at right there. We have a measurement, though. Can I have my contractor, he's...
Sure.
I also have the architectural drawings if you want to look at those.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Ash with Ash Construction and Rockville Park Development. I apologize for the crude drawings that you have in your packet, but since then we've actually revised and did the actual floor plans that's going to be used for the building permit. The actual height right now on the floor plans shows us 14 foot 6 inches. That's from the top of the stem to the top of the gable. That's comparable to the Budden garage right next door. It's on an 8-foot plate with a 612 pitch roof.
Sounds typical.
Do we need two motions? One to approve the demolition?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to approve HPCA 1700130, item 2, to demolish the garage with the specific findings as noted in by the staff in the staff report.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, second by Heather Clemmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Demolition is approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay. But we're not done
So
yet.
that's
We've
just
got
the
2 more.
demolition.
That's just the demolition. You go tear it down.
Okay, I make a motion to approve HPCA 1700130, item 4 and 5 with the specific findings noted by staff, including the change of number 8, that the documentation of the overhead doors and the pedestrian door has been provided. And the conditions, the following conditions, that all documentation related to the new garage must be provided to staff if it hasn't been included in your revision, that the overhead and pedestrian door documentation has been provided to staff, that the height of the garage will be 14 feet 6 inches and will not exceed the height of the abutting neighbor garage, and that you must submit a statement of intent for the finish of the proposed paving to staff, which would be, that would be that the paving has to match, I don't know how y'all say it. Angela, what is the statement for the proposed paving?
That the property owner will meet the criteria and the guidelines in Chapter 2.3 that are applicable to the finishes of driveways and sidewalks.
Okay. Okay.
So I give them the proposed...
You'll just work with Angela. She'll tell you what you need to submit.
Okay, thank you.
And all of those must be done prior to receiving. You can just work with her, and she'll tell you what you need to do so you can receive your certificate.
Okay.
Well, we haven't voted yet.
done?
So
Right, that's my motion.
That was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, and seconded by Suzanne Broadbent. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, approved. Now you can go build it. As soon as you get a building permit.
5:55.
Okay, next item.
I think we're almost...
HPCA-17-133 at 300 Northwest 15th Street. This is also the expansion of a garage, enlargement of an existing garage. Staff is unclear as to whether or not this is complete deconstruction of the front portion of the garage. And then there will be the installation of a gazebo.
Hello. Tony Correnti, representing the suites on this project, and we are not going to completely deconstruct. It is our goal to shore the west half of the structure up, remove the east half, and reconstruct the east half.
Is that shown on your drawings?
I believe it is. What page it is, I'll have to find it. You know, we could discuss this over cocktails. It's hot in here.
Yep.
It's our next stop.
They're trying to get us to hurry up. So would you explain again how you're expanding this? I still don't quite understand. Is there
We're going to expand propose to expand the garage to the east 5 feet. We have a structural issue on that east side. The concrete inside the garage is sinking, and the west side of it is also sinking. So we want to take it, make it 5 feet wider, make it more period correct with 2 7-foot doors. And we're going to reuse the brick and then infill with a matching brick. So it's basically going to look like this with 2 doors a little wider.
Okay, I think I understand now. So you're saying that the entire right side, which is the, I don't know, east, which side is that? The flat side.
Looking at the picture,
the right side. The right wall is going to stay all the way back
Correct.
from the front to, are you making it, you're not coming any forward, are you?
No, ma'am.
No. So you're just adding on, you're just jutting out that 5.
And then you'll extend the roof up and over.
That's correct.
Okay.
There's a section on page 8 of 20. Does that show it? Pretty much.
Okay.
I think that shows it.
Yeah.
Or is that the garage?
620.
That's the
Six.
gazebo.
East elevation on 620.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can see
I was
just to
looking at
the,
the drawing. Okay. So the existing roof, you're taking off the roof and putting new trusses on?
I'm taking off the west side. Or the east side, now I'm confused. The east side. The west side, we're not going to touch at all. We're going to shore that.
The rest, top of the roof?
Correct.
So you're just going to extend it up. The building section looks like you're putting new trusses in.
This building section, drawing 5A22,
Yeah.
that is actually, it's going to be a cut roof. It's not going to be trusses.
Okay. That's what got me confused. So you're just going to add on to existing roof
Correct.
with new framing? Okay.
And then I noticed there was a question about the 3-tab shingles. That's what's there now on this garage portion, and then the rest of the roof behind it. So that's why we're going back with what's already there.
That charcoal gray shingle?
Yes, sir.
No photographs from the side of the garage, but it's no big deal, I guess. Okay.
And then there's also a proposal in this to add a gazebo, pergola, outdoor kitchen combination. Which is what's on page 8 and 20.
It is 16 feet by 25 feet. Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, I think it's 16 by 25 feet.
Yeah, 16, right, by
Yeah,
25.
I don't know if that's what you said or not.
Yeah, I did, but that's, I wasn't speaking clear.
In the staff report, on page 13, it states that the finish of the rough cedar posts and other wood components is not addressed, but under staff recommendations, it's not listed as a condition. Angela, was that addressed?
No, I don't believe so.
Does it need to be addressed?
If you would like it to be.
Well, I don't know. You all noted that it was the finish of the rough cedar posts and other wood components is not addressed. That's under constructing the gazebo. But you recommended approval. So I'm just wondering, was there something else? Did they hand something in, or do they need to hand something in to get that approved? Do you know what the finish, could you describe the finish of the gazebo for us?
As it's currently proposed, it is just a rough cedar.
Okay.
With,
And all the other wood would be rough cedar that's exposed on the gazebo?
On the gazebo, yes. That comment that you were referring to, where was it at?
What?
The comment in the...
Page 13 of 20, under item 2, it says construct gazebo, and then the last sentence in the first paragraph.
Oh.
They just said that the finish is not addressed, but then when I went to the staff recommendations, they said that they recommended approval, but they didn't bring that back up. So I just want to make sure that we had that. That was... that was addressed. I guess so. I would say that under that, I don't know, that the...
I think if it says rough finish at this point, it got addressed.
What?
I think if it says rough finished on the drawing at this point, it probably got addressed somewhere during all of that.
Right. I just didn't want it to be a...
Thank you.
Area where somebody said, well, you didn't find out the finish, and then they did something else that wasn't described. Any conditions? I'll make a motion if there's any
I've got a question
conditions
about...
on the garage.
I've got a question about the garage. It has to do with the size. The garage itself space is
that was
21 something by 24, so that's
right.
Fits. But it's got that large addition in the back.
Right. That is another area where the staff report makes it, they start out on page 3, and it says that the applicant proposes to widen the garage from 18 to 24. So there will be an addition of 132 square feet. But then, then the specific findings are that the proposed expansion by 130 feet will result in a structure that exceeds 1,000 square feet. So there's...
And we've had something like that come up with someone who had a accessory structure, and they added a garage onto it.
Right.
And the total would have been, you know what I'm talking about, the total would have been more than 450. We allowed it. I just wonder what our rule is about accessory uses and garages.
Well, there's a very...
Is it the total?
What is the back? Is it just, there's a it looks like an apartment, and then there's a what? What's that last piece of the very back of the?
There's an apartment on there, and then there's additional storage space.
Storage.
So.
Do we have a CA on that? Or was it long before that, or?
Before. I don't have anything for it.
So it was original?
I don't know. It wasn't original. I
what do you
think your Sanborn map is in there.
There's a CA 2010 for a rear addition at the house. Doesn't say anything about the garage apartment.
Would you take a guess at when that was built?
If I were to guess, I would say late 40s to 50s. I don't believe it's, definitely don't believe it's original, but it's been at some time. And the reason I say that is I believe the house to be built around 16 or 18, and the structure in the back, which is the apartment now that part may have been the original garage, and this was added on because it doesn't have footings underneath it. It doesn't have the typical, it's built, period.
The apartment?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
There's no side views of the garage / apartment either. Just kind of, I don't know, it just seems like that, I don't know.
That's the garage.
We talk about 450 square feet. Are we just talking about the garage only? Head is stirred up.
Yeah, I mean, I read that. I mean, that part was,
Yeah, as I understand it, the garage is still within the limits for a garage, but the whole thing is much bigger than we normally think about. But I do have a question about the garage that's existing. You're suggesting that it was built in the 40s or so, that the back part that is now like an apartment or something might have been the existing historic garage.
Correct.
And we can't tell that from the Sanborn map, I suppose, from where it's located on the lot, that kind of thing. Does the Sanborn offer that kind of
The
definition?
Sanborn's on page 3 of 20, and
Yeah.
it shows a simple rectangle. And it appeared to me that the size of that rectangle has grown since then, and that is 1949. Now, when you look at the aerial map on page 5
It's
of 20,
similar placement.
exactly. And so
So-
I honestly can't give you a good solid
Yeah.
guess.
Okay, so it looks different from the 1950, which one did, 49 edition? Okay,
1949.
okay. So at any rate, it's more than 50 years old, whatever is there, I guess. Can we conclude that? Well, I do have a question for, just help me understand this. So you are wanting to save one wall of this garage and part of the roof, is that right? And then go up a little bit and add another new roof and side of the roof and a new wall.
Yes, you could just
Okay.
that way.
And because of structural issues, is that what you said? There were structural issues?
Well, what started that was the initial reason for the project, and if they, and the homeowner decided if they're going to do that, they might as well make it look more correct to the period, which would be the 2 doors, and then they could park both cars in there because it's too narrow now.
So are you saying that you can't park 2 cars in there?
That's what they're telling me. They got bigger cars than I do. Actually, they don't. I drive a big truck, but
How big is the existing garage space itself?
it's, let me look at the dimensions. It's 5 feet narrower than the proposed, 130 square feet narrower than the proposed. So it's,
Let's see.
it's 19 feet. Well, actually, we have a exact. It's 18 feet, 2 inches. No, that's the height. I'm sorry.
In the width?
I was going to say, that's...
I'm going to slow down here before I say the wrong thing too many times.
Currently, it's 418 feet. 418 square feet is the footprint.
That would be the proposed, right?
And then the proposed,
Not talking about square footage, it's 24 feet wide, so it's, right now it's 19 feet wide, correct?
19.
5 feet less.
Yeah, it's, if you look at a drawing,
The floor plan
on
shows that the new-
620, it shows it, on drawing 2, it shows it 18 feet, 2 inches wide.
Oh, okay. The new is 24, and you're adding 5 feet 10. If you look at the distance,
Yeah, there's a,
Oh, so almost 6 feet, so it's really
so
about 18 some wide.
it's almost, so really,
I've measured it. We're adding 5 feet.
okay.
Regardless of what it shows on the drawing, we're adding 5 feet.
So the justification for making it larger also, it's not wide enough for 2
For
cars.
2 cars.
Right. Even though the size of the entire structure is,
Okay, well, here's what I just need some clarification on. We've talked about some garages today. We've had applications for demolishment, and we're not allowing them, and I know it's hot in here, Mike is fast. So we've had applications for demolishing garages, but, and we've asked for more information, make sure they really should be demolished, that sort of thing. Now we have an application to just change a garage without any real documentation that, you know, there's anything really wrong with it. I'm a little confused about, we won't let someone tear down a garage, but yet we'll just let them totally change it. What am I missing?
Well, we do allow people to tear down one-car garages for 2-car garages. We have.
if they're not wide enough for 2 standard size vehicles.
no, if they're not wide enough for one standard parking spot.
Really?
Yes.
One?
If they're not wide enough for one standard parking spot, they can demolish that structure and create something up to 450 square feet.
I thought it was 2 spaces. Okay, so this one would not qualify because it's deep enough for a standard vehicle space of 18 feet inside.
Both the neighborhood and the staff findings was to continue the enlargement of the garage. It sounds like you've gotten some additional information, but there were still quite a few, I don't want to say issues, but, you know, talking about materials, documentation, matching of existing. In the conversation we've had today, have all of those been addressed, or are there still areas of concern, plus the issue of should they be allowed to take out a wall and move it?
I think that clarification of all materials is something that we are currently in a position to nail down with the applicant, and that shouldn't affect your decision for this proposal. I believe the size is of the primary concern to the commission.
Did you say that there was deterioration? Because that's not also been shown.
No, there is deterioration. No, we did not show it. We didn't realize we would need.
What are you doing with this slab on the interior?
Sorry?
The slab
What about it?
Are you taking it out, replacing it?
Yes,
extending
it's cracked.
Okay.
It's going to have
So
to come out.
that's in not good shape.
But it's a stem wall, thank you, stem wall with floating slab, so that we'll be able to take it out easily and replace it. Well, I believe my eyes are failing me, but there's a trying to find it now in some of the items that you were quoting earlier. It allows you to take a one-car garage out for a two-car garage.
Where does
Doesn't
The criteria for demolition of a garage structure are, it's a hazard to public health and safety, or it's too small to park a single parking space in, or the majority of the fabric of the structure which makes it historic in character will be demolished during the rehab of that structure.
But we're not demolishing the structure.
I didn't catch that last one.
We're not demolishing the structure. The criteria she just outlined was for demolition.
The majority of the fabric that makes the structures, that the majority of the fabric that points to the historic structure's character will be demolished during the rehab of that structure.
Okay.
So in other words, we're going to get rid of most of the fabric on the exterior of the structure while we're working on it, and if it's all going to go away, then there's nothing left that's historic to maintain.
Okay. Well, the reason to expand this garage is it's not a demolition. It's not a new one. But you can fit a car in the garage right now.
Well,
And it's not a safety hazard we know of.
right. I mean, okay, on 4.6, it says construction of the replacement garage may reasonably expand beyond the footprint of the historic 1 or 2 garage up to a total footprint of 450 or 5%, whichever is greater, in order to accommodate a standard-sized parking space for up to 2 vehicles. How does that?
That's the one that I was trying to find, but
That's
I
the
still can't
guideline
find
that
it.
applies to what you're building, not the guideline, not the demolition criteria in the ordinance itself. Is that correct? Or are you looking at L?
No, I see what you're saying. You're saying that there is criteria for the construction where we're having problems is the demolition.
Yes.
So there needs to be proof that you have structural issues with your west side.
Well, but
Is that true? When you rebuild it, then it says that you can reasonably go up to 2.
that's one issue. The other one is the standard vehicle. If you can park one car in it and structurally sound, then you can't demolish it, right?
Right.
So there's other factors besides the structural thing. But either one of those would let you modify it, if it was structurally unsound or if you couldn't park a car in it.
Regardless of why you took it down, once it was down, you could modify it.
Yeah, but then it's a new story when you rebuild. You can go up to two cars. I love our guidelines.
So if the structural issues were documented, we would be within our guidelines to allow him to.
Yep.
Well, you can see all the repairs to the brick that have been done already.
Looks like a pretty good garage. Yeah, I know, it's tough. Well, again, the thing is
I'm gonna
bothering
find
me
it
is
when
that
I
the
walk out of
structures
here.
would be 1,000 square feet when it was expanded. That bothers me. Big, it's big as a house.
He hasn't actually, y'all did not actually apply to do any demolition. So that part needs to be addressed at the very least. It just says enlarge. It doesn't say, I don't know.
But if the proposal is to enlarge and not to demolish, can we even consider consider it if it's actually demolition?
If you go back to a demolition, then that would throw us under the criteria. We don't have to prove structural integrity. We can rebuild it up to a two-car garage.
Just asking with what's before the commission today.
Oh, I thought, okay. I thought you made a statement. I didn't hear all of what you said.
Well, as
I just need to get started on this job.
We understand.
Yeah. Well, and as
Been a slow
We're
year.
doing our job,
As I
unfortunately.
understand it, taking down a wall and taking off the roof, most of it, et cetera, is essentially demolishing a lot of the historic.
That is correct.
And half the
And
roof.
if they were in fact demolishing and replacing exactly in kind less than 50% per side, they wouldn't need a CA at all. But because they're going 100%,
On one
then
side.
they do need a CA.
On one side.
Replacement in kind is per side, yes.
Of just the garage or the whole building?
Anything within the Historic Preservation District, the maintenance and repair, the definition
I think we're doing
of
less than
maintenance and
50% of
repair.
that side. Aren't we? Are we not? Of the whole building, the apartment stuff that it's attached to?
But it's not exactly in kind, so it still doesn't fall under maintenance and repair.
Okay, how do you define exactly? I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm trying to understand.
Same shape, same size, same material,
Okay.
same color, same
All right.
finish.
Because we're not the same size.
Not quite.
Or shape, a little bit different. Okay. So what we can, Kim, is there anything we can do so we can get to work?
What?
Is there anything we can do so we can get to work?
We can build a gazebo, probably.
Okay, that's good. I'm good with that. We can get started on that.
Want to move that we approve the gazebo?
I'd make a motion to approve HPCA 1700133, Item 2, to construct the gazebo. Let me see. Got it this correctly. With the specific findings noted by staff in the staff report and the unique circumstance that the site is unique in both the size and lot and orientation of the buildings allow for the accommodation of additional accessory structures without appearance of crowding, and the conditions that architectural grade shingles be used for the roof, and the height of this accessory structure should not exceed the height of the historic garage or its attachments. Are you able and willing to fulfill the conditions
Yes,
noted
ma'am,
there?
that's good. We can work with that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Joe Meacham, second by Suzanne Broadbent. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, gazebo is approved. Back
I
to
would,
Bri-
I would make a motion to continue the second if there's items that he could bring back that could possibly,
We'll ask a question about the 5% lot coverage. What's that requirement again?
That
5%.
you can construct a garage that is equal in coverage to 5% of this, of the site. And that's, so that's from property line to property line. It doesn't include rights of ways and that sort of thing,
It doesn't include accessory buildings,
right? It's garage only.
just garage only, because your report says 5% of the lot is 850 square feet.
Correct.
So it's not garage plus accessory buildings or whatever, it's just garage.
Right.
Seems to be, needs to
And
be
then
addressed.
50% lot coverage for structures. That's a different regulation.
What? Say again?
50% lot coverage for structures. So that would be your garage, your accessory structures, your pools, your house, your pool house, and then whatever those structures are that are on site, maximum 50% lot coverage.
50%, okay. So 50% of this one was half of 17,000, 8,500, and total built is only 2789. So, but we don't, the 5% doesn't say anything about accessory buildings. Seems like it ought to,
Accessory
because it's have to do with green space, I think, or open space. Okay, well,
so
so what was your question? I had to, sorry, I had to ask.
is there anything that they could bring back, if we continue this, additional information on the garage that would,
Seems to me the only thing would be that's structurally unsound in some way.
can you go with that?
I can.
Okay.
For my, I know everybody's ready to go. Can I- One
No, that's okay.
clarification. The only, just for generally speaking, the only way that, we can't just go make a garage bigger in this neighborhood because we want to.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
What was that?
We, according to the guidelines, we're not allowed to make a garage bigger, convert from single to a two-car garage just because the homeowner wants to. It's not a good enough.
As long as the existing garage will apparently fit a standard size vehicle, length or width.
Okay.
Lots of times the length is inadequate. They're 16 or 18.
Okay.
I make a motion to continue HPCA 17-00133, item 2, item 1 to the, if we continued it to next month, you'd only have till Tuesday to bring changes.
Let's do November on the garage.
Okay, November 1st.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, second by Ann Zakowicz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Continued. And to clarify, remember, it's demolition of a garage. That's the requirement I was talking about. Okay? When you build a garage, you're allowed to go up to 2 cars. But you
Right.
got to get past the demolition first.
I built one next door to this that was two-car garage and studio on top and super nice. But,
Yeah. Did they get a CA for it?
we'll get the structural stuff. Thank you.
Every project's different, so thank you. Okay, last case. And nobody's here, so
HPCA-17-00135 for 214 Northwest 25th Street. Mr. Hill did not plan to be available for today's meeting. He owns this property that actually the side of the property backs up to a number of multifamily properties along this alley. And the alley is a service alley, not only for parking and parking lots, but also for standard trash pickup and large container trash pickup for the apartment complex that's back there. He sits up on a hill a little bit, but he does have a stairway from the alley up to his yard and up to his fence. And those are historic, and I think I have a picture for you here there. Staff believes that the circumstances of this particular property are unique in that the abutting uses are somewhat disturbing to the lifestyle of the backyard. There we go.
Was that his garage?
Yes.
Go back. I'm sorry, can you go back?
how tall is that? 8 feet.
I believe that the documentation does state that it's 8 feet. Your typical chain link fence is going to be 4 feet, and so I believe that the wood stockade fence just beyond it is in fact 6 feet. So that appears to be accurate.
It's about right, 8, 6.
So the only reason that we're looking at it is because it comes too far forward?
Because it is in excess of 6 feet tall.
Oh.
And it comes too far forward.
It does not come too far forward. I think I misspoke in the staff report for you. But, well, yeah, it does kind of. It comes into the side yard. It
Comes
doesn't
about-
come into the front yard, though.
But it starts at a natural place.
Yes.
So we're really talking about the height.
And so how high is this one?
8.
8 feet.
And he wants to replace it with an 8 feet.
No, he's already done the work.
Oh, he's already done the work.
This is,
Oh, I'm
in
sorry.
fact, the
What are
fence
those?
that is being proposed.
Okay.
Yes. There it is.
It looks pretty new.
There it is.
And
Is
you
there-
I'm
see
like,
this-
that Why would
The
you replace it?
stairway
Yes.
is right there in
Looks
the
pretty
alley.
good. Is there a gate where those steps are? Did he put a gate where those steps are, or just nothing?
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to that. I doubt it very seriously.
And
Did he what?
Put a gate there at the stairs.
I think he's trying to keep people out.
yeah, no gate, right?
Yeah.
He can always add a gate.
Well, it's really almost like a backyard because of the back of the apartments to the side there, so I can see why he'd want visual privacy, but it's also elevated, so he's got about a equivalent, probably about a 11, 12-foot height there.
But you know, every single kid who comes out of that apartment complex is going to be sitting on this retaining wall along his side
Yep.
yard there.
Did they already have? See that bottle of Coke sitting there? So. There's a-
At least they didn't toss it over.
I would make a motion to approve HBCA 17-00135 with the specific findings as noted by staff in the staff report and the unique circumstance that it abuts
Okay.
a unique use.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by Suzanne Broadbent. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's approved. And now we go on to other business none, communications reports, lots of administrative approvals, withdrawals, one item. You want to say anything about these? Angela, just tell me. Administrative closures. What is that?
That means that they turned in an application, simply to be turning in an application. Usually it is, often it is because they've already done the work, they've been cited for it. They don't turn in any documentation. We request the necessary documentation, and it kind of sits for a certain period of time, which is typically 90 days. We send a letter, and if there is no response and no documentation turned in related to that, then we administratively close those. This one in particular,
I just wondered what a closure was. So can
It's
they come back
closing the
in?
case
and
file.
Is it gone? If they come back in later, or?
they can come
Closed.
back and reapply if they would like to.
Reapply.
It is an attempt for staff not to hold a case file
Yeah.
open.
Yes, I don't remember seeing that before. Okay, so we have a bunch of city council, board adjustment, ad hoc committee, anything from the municipal councilor? Next meeting day, the next regular scheduled meeting for the Historic Preservation Commission is October 4th, 2017 at 2 p.m. Municipal Building, City Council Chamber. New applications for this meeting were received August 1st, 2017. New information on projects continued from today's meeting to the upcoming meeting must be submitted to staff by 4 p.m. Tuesday, September 12th, 2017. The next regularly scheduled workshop for the Historic Preservation Commission is Wednesday. What? Oh, the workshop has been canceled? Oh, I wasn't here. Okay, so just forget I just said that about the workshop. It's been canceled. Any items from commissioners? You got something, Greg? No citizens left, so we're adjourned. What's all this PR?
I know, I've seen you.